Good afternoon. The time now is 12:10. I would like to start the City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting, and today is June 21st. Call to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Salute to flag is going to be me, Mayor Nguyen, and an invocation by Councilmember Ho. Please stand. Please place your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance and direction as matters of importance are discussed this afternoon. May the decisions made here be the benefit to all of our citizens of Westminster. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ho, for the invocation. Next is the City Attorney closed session report, but we don't have a closed session today. Do we have
There's no
anything to
closed
say?
session. Thank you.
Export communication, do I hear anything or see anything from the council here? Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to oral communication for matters on the agenda only. So, Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and read the instruction into record?
Yes, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding items only on the agenda. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
Thank you. Do we have any people sign up for speakers out today?
We do, Mayor. We have 3.
So can I call the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Tim Hogan.
Let me begin by wishing you all good luck. It's going to be very difficult getting this budget situation under control. As you look back on 45 years of time here in the city with the situation, it's been a disaster. There have been 45 years of mistakes and poor planning. And you can look at that and say, okay, well, I'm at the end of 45 years, but don't kid yourself. It's the people that are sitting in these seats who are going to pay the price if we go into bankruptcy. Blame's going to fall where it falls. It's going to be especially difficult to get this halfway passed because there's a great reluctance among those who supported Measure Y to come back and measure and to support this 0.5%. The few dozen people that I worked with on Y, we worked with the WPOA support. We did banners and posters and signs. We did tens of thousands of flyers in 3 languages. We hand-delivered them. We walked miles to do this. We had 3 saturation mailings. Went to every home in the city, all in 3 languages, every home and business. Certain people among our group here did countless presentations about this, all to push this Measure Y. Will people do the same for half Y? It's questionable. As I said last week, most don't believe that this council is handling the money that you have today very well, let alone to give you more. On top of that, the majority on this council did not support Measure Y. Some strongly, actively worked against it. This is widely known, and now to convince others of your turn of heart, it's going to be difficult. Council must work to prove its worth. Council has done much to distinguish itself over the last few months, but has also made mistakes of perception. We can debate the finer points, but it's perception that drives political beliefs and actions. The Community Foundation should have been implemented before the Tech Parade was funded by the city. It's bad optics. It may have looked good at the time, but today, now with the possibility of bankruptcy, it's just bad optics. Same with building the mayor's office. I mean, most felt it was idiotic. They're convinced now, on top of those, we sit on the cusp of bankruptcy, to have gone through that, it's is not where we want to be. So you need to act. You need to do something in a very public way to prove you're serious to solve our financial disaster before you start moving into this Measure Y. You can't just give us bread and circuses. That isn't going to work. You need to move forward with specific plans. I think you need to move forward with these electronic signs. You need to seriously consider these proposals for a marijuana store. I don't use it, so I can support the whole idea. But you need to seriously look at that, and don't deny it as you did last summer with arguments straight out of 1937. Reefer madness was a joke long before we got into this situation here now. Spare yourself from becoming a comedy. So good luck. Music's playing, but it's beginning to slow down.
Our next speaker is Michael.
Thank you. You're going to have to excuse my t-shirt and shorts. It's summertime, and I'm not used to being here in the daytime. They don't let me out during the day. We're here talking about the financial status of the city and budget items. Some of the concerns I have, and this goes way back years ago when the redevelopment agency and the money that they were getting from the state was pouring into the city, so what did they do? They wasted it. They figured this will never end, so we're just going to keep wasting money, and we're going to buy all this stuff, and we're going to do all these things. Here we are now. You're operating at a deficit. You all know you're operating at a deficit. If this happens to go through, what I'm concerned with is where is it going to be used? Is it going to be used for the betterment of the city? Or is it going to be used on pet projects? Are we going to see stuff thrown into Little Saigon? Signs, big things over the street? Or is it going to be used for infrastructure for the city, for the entire city and all of the residents in the city? Whether it's street upkeep, whether it has to do with drainage. You know how some of the areas floods when it rains really bad. So that's my biggest concern, is where is it going to be used if this goes through? Because the residents of this city, once they see what happens, they're going to wonder, where's all this money going through that you're bringing in, telling us that you need to operate the city? The city meaning from Bolsa Chica all the way out to the far east end. It's not just the central part of Westminster. It's not just the north or the south end. It's the entire city. So that's one of the things you need to be aware of, is people are going to watch what you're doing with their hard-earned money and the taxes that they pay in. I don't want to see it come to a point where you're going to have a crowd of 200 people out here and they're going to have figuratively torches and pitchforks because they're pissed off about the money that you're wasting on pet projects. Last meeting was a good example. You talked about your budget issue, where you're at right now, and the next agenda item is to hire a lobbyist. You don't have money for a lobbyist. Keep the money in the city. Use the people that represent us in the state and federal government. That's what they're there for. You all have good contacts with them. There's somebody that you can call if you have an issue budget-wise and pick their brain about what's available, whether it's grant money or whether it's a freebie. Anyway, thank you, folks. We'll be seeing what you decide.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello. At the June 7th special City Council meeting, the City Council did not vote to continue the budget item to another meeting, violating the Brown Act and Robert's Rules of Order. Another session was scheduled for June 13th, but Vice Mayor Nguyen didn't show up to that one either, but he was at the Navigation Center photo op just an hour later. Vice Mayor Nguyen, if you can't fulfill and prioritize your duties, step the hell down, seriously. There have been a lack of transparency in this budgeting process. The June 13th staff report included 13 new positions, down from 17, but at the actual meeting, staff had reduced that list down further to just 10 high-priority requests, less than 24 hours before the meeting, yet nothing was posted as late communications, nor were those slides presented until now. Staff's Today's staff report states, quote, "At the June 13th meeting, the new position list was reduced further to include only one position for each department," unquote. Councilwoman Ho did suggest reducing the list to just one position per department, but there was no council consensus to do so. The mayor, city attorney, and/or staff should have asked if there was a consensus on Ho's idea. City attorney, what constitutes a consensus anyway? Simple majority, unanimous, one or two members? Regardless, staff took Ho's idea as official council direction, even though no other council members voiced support for it. Ho was the only one who came up with a viable compromise. Wes suggested just one position be approved. The mayor just wanted another study session because his sidekick, Vice Mayor Nguyen, failed to show up again after staff had rescheduled the prior session because of him. This crap this council puts staff through is deplorable. Staff also magically found $1.1 million additional revenue, $637,000 TUT, and $550,000 fee increases from the not yet presented or approved cost of service study. How did the TUT change so much in just a week? Why wasn't the fee study presented to council and incorporated in the budget sooner? Now we only need $6.3 million in reserves for the supplemental budget when we originally needed $6.8 million in reserves to meet the status quo budget. But even with these miracle finds, the general fund is still projected to be completely out of money in fiscal year 27-28 under your watch, the same time frame as the original status quo budget, but now with 6 new positions and 3 reclasses. Direction was provided to have a study session with 5, 7, and 10-year projections with a new 0.5% TUT, which staff agreed to do. Yet today's staff report posted just 24 hours ago has nothing like that in it. Staff says they'll present the projections today. Unacceptable. People can't study content presented verbally at a meeting. There's no time to digest it and formulate questions. Nothing in this staff report compels the council or the voters to support this additional tax. As the author of the argument in favor of Measure Y, which extended the 1-cent existing tax, which was original from Measure SS, I can assure you the same fervent support that we had for Measure Y is not there right now for this additional tax, and council and staff are not helping. Do better, Westminster. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to close the oral communication now. Next is we have 2 items to be discussed today. And the next item is to continue from June 13, 2023, special meeting study session, fiscal year 2023 to 2024 proposed budget. I'd like to have an update from staff, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. This is a continuation of the last study session for the proposed budget, and staff has tried to incorporate some of the ideas that Council presented at that meeting. So the first study session was held on May 24th. 2 budget versions were presented, a status quo budget, which included current services, but no increased service levels, and a supplemental budget, which included 17 new positions, 4 reclass positions, and totaled $1.8 million. Council requested staff to revise that request and present a reduced position request at the next study session, which was June 13th. At that meeting, the revised supplemental list was reviewed and discussed and reduced to 6 new position requests with the 3 position reclasses. The total cost of the 6 positions and reclasses is $715,000 fully burdened. These were the positions discussed, and it was records coordinator for the city clerk, management analyst shared between the finance department and human resources, a police traffic officer for the police department, senior planner for the community development department, engineering technician for public works, and a community services and recreation coordinator for the senior center. Staff prepared some additional justification for each of these positions as requested by council. In the city clerk's department, the records coordinator would eliminate the cost per hour of the city clerk, assistant city clerk, and the administrative assistant on records requests. In human resources and finance, a management analyst position would eliminate the cost per hour of the finance director, assistant finance director, and HR director in preparing staff reports, researching projects, and preparing analysis of complex projects. It also provides an opportunity for succession planning and finance for grant reporting and budget preparations. The Police Department Traffic Officer position, over the last 6 months, the Police Department responded to 8 total fatality traffic accidents. Past 10-year average, the Police Department handles approximately 7 to 8 fatalities per year. Over the past 6 months, police has responded to 47 DUI-related collisions, 2 resulting in fatalities. The Traffic Bureau is unable to enforce commercial traffic laws. Commercial violations cause structural damage to our streets and highways, causing an increase in infrastructure costs to the city. And this position will help enforce traffic laws in and around our schools during drop-off and pickup times in order to keep students and parents safe. The engineering technician position in Public Works will provide services at the City Hall engineering counter, respond to public inquiries, issue encroachment and transportation permits, coordinating public right-of-way inspections, researching and responding to PRAs, and supporting engineering staff on capital projects. Engineering issues approximately 80 encroachment permits and 35 transportation permits every month. This position eliminates the cost per hour of associate engineer, management analyst, and senior engineering technician. Community Services Coordinator for the Senior Center supports additional demands and services and resources, or resource needs from seniors since reopening post-COVID. Average daily in-person lunch meals is 150% higher than in fiscal year 2018-19. Building and sustaining a reliable volunteer base continues to be a challenge. The front desk operation must be staffed with an employee due to implementing a member check-in component. Since September 2022, we have processed 1,616 free memberships. Increase oversight and supervision in the center, because currently there's only one full-time employee in the senior center. In community development, the senior planner position would focus on advanced planning. Currently, we only have 1 senior planner. It alleviates planners from projects that impact their workload and which increases processing time. And just for comparison, a cost of a contract senior planner would be $290,000 for a full-time contract position. This is a budget projection for the next 5 years using these revised numbers, just for comparison. And revenue was increased by approximately $600,000 that was discussed at the last meeting for the fee study that will be coming at the next council meeting. And in revising projections pertaining to the next item, the half-cent sales tax or transaction use tax, I asked our consultant for updated projections, which increased the current, or the 23-24 revenue projection for transaction use tax by $600,000. In this scenario, we gain an extra year. We're below our targeted reserves in 26-27, and we're completely out of money in fiscal year 27-28. This is just a slide showing some of the revenue sources that are available to the general fund. Taxes require a vote, and we receive tax revenue from sales tax, transaction use tax, property transfer tax, business license tax, property tax, transient occupancy tax, and utility users tax. We also receive money from charges for services and licenses and permits. These fees are reviewed with the cost of service study, which we perform every 2 years. Also, money from fines, interest and rental, and grants or intergovernmental revenue is limited by either law, amount of money that we could earn interest on, and grants on availability and staff to research and apply for. These are some potential revenue ideas by department. The city clerk's department could designate a part-time employee as a passport agent, and the cost of that employee is estimated at $80,000, but we could charge a $35 application filing fee and a $10 passport photo fee, possible revenue of $200,000. Human Resources does not generate any revenue. which could be seen as a conflict of interest if we did try to generate revenue in human resources. Finance doesn't generate revenue other than we do collect for utility billing in the water fund. We also collect for return checks processing, which is about $6,000 a year. And we have the potential to collect for credit card processing, which could bring in about $62,000, but we'd have to reprogram our systems to be able to do that, and currently we don't have the staff to look into it, but it is an option. In the police department, we could review the feasibility of range fees increases to outside agencies. We could potentially lose customers or other law enforcement agencies due to higher fees. If the traffic officer position is approved, we could examine the possibility of conducting commercial enforcement. The costs associated with this are the traffic officer position at $152,000 and specialized equipment. We could review the ambulance transport fee and perform a first responder fee analysis, evaluate the jail pay-to-stay program, provide police services to other agencies, including policing, dispatch, parking enforcement, animal control, specialized units, and jail services. And we could look into establishing a city-owned animal shelter. And staff is available to answer further questions on all of these items. Public Works and Community Development are typically charged for their services, and those services are reviewed as part of the cost of service study. Community Services, we could review the special event permit application fee to full cost recovery, possibly generating $90,000. In 1819, the proposal for small events was $880 per event, and large events costing $8,295. So that would need further review. Other additional revenue opportunities would need additional staff time to implement. Some options for cuts to balance the budget. Most, if not all of these, include staff cuts, but human resources and finance would be staff cuts. With cuts to staff, we would have slower response and longer wait times at the counter. We'd have loss of control with no review and inability to segregate duties as required by our audit, and increased liability. City clerk had the option of no longer printing and distributing agenda packets for city council and staff. This would save the cost per page and cost per hour for the city clerk staff to compile binders. Over the last 6 months, that's about 6,500 pages printed. It also costs CPU to hand deliver 15 agenda packets, or have it hand delivered 15 agenda packets. And savings could be the cost per hour of the CPU employees and mileage. The police department cuts would be to specialized services, including addressing homelessness, emergency response, traffic enforcement, increased response time for investigations and reports, elimination of jail services, and elimination of community outreach programs. Public Works possible cuts could be reducing watering and mowing of parks, reducing or eliminating pothole filling, concrete repairs, drainage devices, and sidewalk cleaning, reduce cleaning of buildings, no setup for facility rentals or events, reducing frequency of tree trimming, impacting claims for fallen trees, and eliminating weed abatement in public right-of-way. Community development cuts could include reduced available counter hours, phone time, and email services, delays in processing development application, significant extended wait times for scheduling of inspections, delays in building plan check turnaround times, no special projects or programs could be undertaken, no support for real estate, business license, outdoor dining programs, and other operations, and CPU could be eliminated. Community services cuts, and first of all, I'd like to apologize, this slide is not in the handout that was presented earlier, but will be provided after. But community services cuts could include eliminating the Project Shoe program, reducing and eliminating community promotions program, including special events and activities, reducing the number of crossing guard sites, and eliminating and reducing non-essential activities in the senior center. So basically, having a nutrition-based offering only. In conclusion, staff is looking for direction on the proposed status quo budget and supplemental budget options. With any additional direction incorporated, the final budget document will be brought back to the City Council for approval at the June 28th meeting. Council may also opt to adopt a resolution for a continuing budget until all options have been considered and exhausted prior to adopting a final budget for the fiscal year. And like I said, staff is available to answer questions on any of the options provided.
Thank you very much. Are you done with the presentation?
I am.
Well, we would like to thank you for your time, for your effort to get us updated presentation. And I think that you detail a lot of things there, but can we go back to slide number 10? I think there was an error on that, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, for 2026-27, projected at $7.3 million deficit, but then 27-28, only 1.3. So.
Yeah, the 7.3 is not a negative number, so it shouldn't be in red, but yes, we do gain an extra year with the reduced increase in revenue and the reduced expenses.
So 7.3 is not
Is a
deficit.
positive. We
Okay,
would still
it's a
have
positive.
7.3
Okay.
in reserves, yes.
Okay, that's better. Also, that I see that you staff have done tremendous effort, put tremendous effort into reducing the supplemental position requested by the City Council. I would like to ask, I know that you have gone through these positions that, you know, the need that we have to have them, and we also have, you have also gone through the cuts, the possible cut, and we can see the result of that if we decide to cut the effort that we have right now. It will slow down everything, and I can see its tremendous effect to the city, service to our community. So at this point here, I will have more questions for you, but I would like to open for council to have questions. I would like to go ahead and start with Councilmember West, District 1.
Can you go, actually, you know what, let me ask this quick. You know, unfortunately, the budget is very crucial for the study and for the council to decide on, to look through thoroughly. I just feel like, to be honest with you, I actually agree with Terry Rain. You know, this budget needs to be posted sooner so the public can look at it and review and get a grasp of what is to digest. But then also for the council as well, I think, city manager, I think it's important for us to have it even before 24 hours notice, because if we were to, any of us say we understand the budget fully, we're lying to ourselves and we're lying to the public. No one can understand the budget fully, even though I don't care how long you've been on the council. But for us, you know, I think we need more time to look at the numbers, to read through everything. So with that say, I want to ask the question to just get clarification. I think I should ask Aaron. I think this is for you. You know, when the proposed, the first version was status quo budget, with that, I know you mentioned that there's a different department that got a raise in a way up to par to the state level. Can you repeat what department that was again?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry, which?
So basically with the first version,
The
because I'm
status
looking
quo.
at the staff report.
Okay.
With the first version status quo budget, we did approve that earlier, right? And that meet the state status quo of every department, every position has to be up to date, right, with the state. So what department again got a raise or got an increase up to the state level again? Can you please repeat that?
Well, there are some contracts that were included for increases, but as far as state levels,
Is it?
I do
City
know that
manager?
some of the public works costs, contracts were increased, and that there was a few other that are contractually obligated increases, but I'm not sure of which state levels we met.
What department was that? You say public
Some
work?
public works costs, like costs of supplies.
Okay.
Concrete is increased, and Jake could speak to that better, the ones that were included, but
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Yes, so in some of our contract, for example, like tree trimming, concrete replacements, parks maintenance, there's a building in their contract to have a CPI increase every year. So that's a cost of doing the business in the city. So that's what is building in the contract already. So we have to comply with that.
Okay, so I guess my question to Public Work is, your department, we did evaluate with the first version, right? And we did increase your department raise as well, right, for the first version?
With the
Is that
status quo
correct?
budget.
Yes?
right, but it's not staffing raises, it's contract raises, or increases for CPI and different already obligated expenditures. It was not staff
So
salary
none of the
increases.
staff?
No,
Oh,
there are no
okay.
staff increases included in the budget,
Yeah, this is
other
this is a
than what was
contract.
already approved by council previously with the previous MOU. There are no other increases built into this budget for staffing.
Okay. So that's good to know. Now, did you also mention that with the status quo budget, do we also have the city manager as well as in that budget? Is that
The
correct?
city manager position
department?
is definitely budgeted
Okay,
in the,
in that position.
all currently approved positions are included. There are no cuts in the status quo budget, but there are no increases either for positions.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding, with the status quo budget, we did have the city manager is included in there.
The position?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, no matter, I guess I'm tired of saying this, but no matter which way you look at it, it's not pretty. So I have a question. Currently, of the budgeted positions already, how many of those positions are currently vacant? And I know there's a cost savings there, right, as far as vacant positions?
Last time I checked, I think it was around, I want to say 29 positions vacant, but some have been filled probably since then, and I haven't looked recently within the last month.
Okay, and then those ones that are vacant, we're struggling to fill them,
Several of them,
correctly?
yes, we're struggling to fill.
And we're struggling to fill them. What is the general reason? Just when we fly the positions, just that the interest is not there, competition is not there.
I think we get a lot of people looking at them, but not very many people apply. I know I've flown one a couple times and haven't had good response, and it's pay, and I'm getting a lot of applicants that have very little experience.
And then what do we kind of foresee with the new positions on the supplemental budget as far as being able to fill those? I know we've discussed how critical those new positions are. I suspect that we're going to have trouble filling those as well.
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
Done.
No, she's going to answer.
Turn it on.
Good afternoon. So we have a full-time recruiter now that helps with recruitment. So we've been a lot more active in recruiting. We've had issues with getting the community development director, economic development manager, accounting manager. So we have several positions that it's very challenging. When you ask, what are we seeing? We don't actually reach out to the candidates who aren't applying. So it's really hard to isolate that information. But what we are finding is that people are applying, they're underqualified, as Aaron has said, and then they don't show up for the interviews. So we may put out, I think water, we put out 60 people and like 30 people showed up.
Okay.
So that happens quite frequently. I had one where 2 people didn't show up for the interview.
Okay, and what about on our police department, or how are we doing there, Chief?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. To answer that question, we do struggle in the police department to fill our positions, as Council is aware of. We actually also struggle even to fill our recruit positions. If you recall, last year, Council approved making, because we were struggling so bad with filling those positions, is Council approved making our recruits actually full-time employees versus hourly, because our recruitment team was having problems retaining and attracting people in the academy, recruits in the academy, because other departments were outpaying us at such a high rate that they would compare and go, hey, we're not going to go with you because I can make much more money over here plus benefits. We were just giving them an hourly rate which was comparable with In-N-Out Burger employees. No offense to In-N-Out Burger employees. As far as police officer positions, attracting laterals and that kind of thing, we do struggle to attract talented police officers, the type we want working in our city and amongst our community, because other departments do pay well or have more attractive benefit packages. I will say I did get involved in some of the city positions as well. Specifically, I believe the title was with Economic Development Director. Tried to recruit, only from being in the business many years and knowing people that potentially would want that position. And the candidates I personally contacted and who I know who might have been interested all cited to me directly firsthand information that they wouldn't take a pay cut to come here and do the work that's required to do the heavy lifting that we need to do here in Westminster.
Okay, so I guess I'm getting to this is because I know we're budgeting for these positions as we currently have a current budget for those positions and we have all those vacancies. If we're still going to continue to struggle, I suspect, because we can't offer more, so we're going to continue to struggle to fill those positions. So even though we're budgeting for this amount of money, there is still going to end up being some sort of cost savings there because those positions are unfilled. So the numbers can look different, when it comes to, say, for next budget, for next year. So that expenditure may not be at that rate that we projected, correct?
That's correct. We budget the position for the full year, and that helps with future planning, so we know the true cost of a fully funded or fully staffed department or city. But even if they were all approved, and even if we could fill them, which we may have trouble, it takes a few months to get people in. So there is going to be savings for all of those positions just from the time it takes to recruit. And if we have to do a couple recruitments, then that extends that time.
Okay. And then I know we've spoken about, we have this discussion as far as the billboard, possibility of billboards, and also currently, I understand that the mall is going to be, at some day in the future, come in with plans for a development. Is there a city manager or kind of a projected timeline when some revenue of that would be coming in? I mean, I know that's years, but I just want to make sure we understand. That's going to be, how many years from now?
Absolutely. So with billboards, let's say hypothetically it gets approved this year. Unfortunately, we are on Caltrans timeline with the 405 project. So even at a conservative, or I would say 2 to 3 years out before you would see revenue, earliest potentially 2 years based on chatter that's out there. In terms of Westminster Mall, obviously, getting through the permitting process and the application process for development of this size, considering there are 4 owners to it, may take some time, but maybe for one of the developments, you would see groundbreaking in about 18 to 24 months or so, and that's on an aggressive side as well. So you obviously wouldn't see revenues until after the project's built and, businesses come in and you start collecting the revenue.
Yeah, so that,
And let me add too, that even once it's built, there's a delay in getting the property tax. So there's probably a year, I would guess, on that, on top of that.
so you're looking at, 5 years from now, something like that. I mean, construction nowadays is not going to take, it is not built overnight, so it's going to take a while. So, I mean, all these are good things to come, but all those are going to take some time. And as far as all the possible revenue ideas, I mean, they're good. That's something that we need to look at going forward. But those are not going to really help us right now with this, for this year's budget. It's definitely, we should, look into that. So we need to continue that discussion and bring it back, look further into it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, currently, I know you mentioned all the revenue costs, the list you were going through, that also doesn't look very appealing, considering that our residents are already suffering as far as quality of life issues, public safety. So those, not something that I would look forward to doing. I mean, we keep running around, but the only, to me, the only quick fix for that within the next, what is it, completely out of money, 27, 28 was, before the ballot measure went on, there was that survey done, and how it rated with the residents as far as approving the ballot measure, as far as the 1% or 1.5. From what I understood was that the 1.5 had a higher approval rating. But unfortunately for our situation, that's our only solution for next year or two, because everything else is going to take many, many years. So, all right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ho, District 3.
Thank you. I just want to first say that we stop threatening to take away our crossing guard and Project Shoe. Those are things that we really, really should not cut, so, and it really, I know that we operate on grants, and we have grants, and so please don't talk about, taking away those two things away. And so I want to talk about, I'm going to go from the beginning. So, okay, CSR, community service position, it's not in this, huh? Why is it not in here? Oh, no, it's here, Yeah, thank you. All right, so average daily in-person lunch meals is 150% higher. And I know since COVID, right? Could we use some of ARPA funds to offset for this budget season?
We did use some grant funding for some of the meals, and Vanessa can add to that during COVID. And I did want to mention that Project Shoe is 100% general fund funded, and crossing guards do have shared revenue, but also funded through the general fund. But yes, as far as the meals, we did have grant funding, but I think most of that has gone back to regular funding.
So really, the cost of the meals is supported by donations and Meals on Wheels. It's getting them prepped and out to the seniors. So that's taking an exorbitant amount of time. We have to check them in every day. Our volunteer base is much lower than it was pre-COVID. So the demand is higher, and we are struggling with supporting those activities.
So we don't have any funding for the...
Not for the staff to execute the program. For the meals themselves, Those are covered. It's
But why aren't you adding the cost into the meal, the
Meals
cost
on
of the
Wheels.
meals?
Well, we could, and make them very expensive to the seniors, and they're donation-based. Meals on Wheels is supported, the meal component, so the actual food
Okay.
is supported by Meals on Wheels. It's the staff
The
to
manpower.
execute that.
So if we have some ARPA funding, right, we could use, could we?
There's still an additional amount of ARPA funding that was left over from a previous, you have the amount.
It was
We can look
the
into that.
housing or.
Yes, that's the one.
I do think there are some limits on staffing for uses of the ARPA funds now. I don't think we can use it, I think this is the last year that we can actually offset staffing costs for regular services. So services that were reduced by COVID. I mean, certainly new programs and staffing associated with that, but I know that there are some new regulations on covering staff costs.
Well, I know these folks sign on for lunch meals. There's probably a really high jump. You said 150% higher. That's from the time of COVID. So if they sign up during COVID time, then it's COVID related, and it could. And then I think ARPA funds ends what, the end of this year, or 2024? You have to use up by. But if we can look into that, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's one. And then the other is that I know that we have one person who is retiring or already retired. I'm sorry, what was her name?
Pam?
Pam.
Our coordinator,
Pam,
yes.
Pamela Gremlin.
Yes.
So when you're asking for a senior center coordinator, are you talking about replacing her position?
No, this is a new position.
Another position?
Yeah, this is a new position. The senior center previous to the layoffs
Yeah.
were supported by 2 full-time employees. So this will get us back to levels that we saw before the layoffs, in addition to the additional demands. So that person that retired
Yeah.
does not support the senior center. That's other functions, and that person has already been hired for a replacement.
Well, yeah, I understand. We're also not getting the money before the layoff back. So we can't really compare, and we have to look at today's budget and where the money is coming from. And if there's still a need, that's all we just want to focus on the need for this position.
Right.
And definitely there's a need, right? Okay, so then you could look into the ARPA funds to see if we can use that. Okay. And thank you. And then now I want to go on to the city clerk position. Are we doing passports now, or is that being proposed for us to do, which is a great, really good thinking?
No,
outside the box.
Councilwoman, we are currently not doing passport services. That is an opportunity that we could look into. Currently, the city of Huntington Beach is doing passport services through their city clerk's department. And in my past agencies, I've had passports under city clerk department to offset revenue for the city.
That's really a great idea. I thank you for that idea. That's great. Okay, and could you tell me delivering package to our council members and time plus mileage, how much, what is the total cost?
So I would
Roughly.
actually need to defer that over to the CPU department since they are the ones that deliver those items.
So they're actually not represented in the room right now, but for CPU, they are on a part-time basis. So whatever the amount of hours that they take to do the delivery, those are the hours that are, that's being taken away from them doing actual CPU work.
Well, you know, if we want, I mean, I'm going to speak for myself, that I would prefer my council notebook being here in our mailbox, and I could pick up pretty much any time. So usually you deliver Thursday night or Friday, and, you know, and sometimes where we go about our day on Friday, I'm speaking for myself, and then, you know, we go off on, you know, for the weekend. And so sometimes I pick up on Saturday morning, or, you know, sometime during the weekend. So for me, I'm fine if it helps to cut down the cost. You know, it really makes sense for us to just come and pick up our notebooks, you know, in our mail slot. So the only thing is we just don't know whether that's going to be a significant amount of savings, but, you know, if we don't save, at least we save, I mean, if not money, then we save on the time they can put towards something else. So that's what I recommend. And then the thing about hiring these new positions, if we were to hire, remember the PERS cost is what costs us, PERS, retirement costs. And that's going to add on to these new, that's going to be burden, right? It's a new burden on us.
Those costs are included
top.
in the totals. They're fully burdened, so they include the PERS costs and all benefits.
Yeah, I'm just saying that once they, but that's going to continue on with, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's going to be our PERS burden once they, you know, because right now
Right.
our PERS cost is really high.
Right, and that's
300
paying some, the cost, but projections going forward, they try not to do that where we're paying the unfunded liability piece that's going to be paid over 20 years. But going forward, the rates are adjusted, so that doesn't become an issue. So basically, in 20 years, our costs could go down because the rates are covering all future costs of retirees. But we do have a large unfunded liability that will take approximately 20 years to repay.
Yes. Okay. And then revenues, like I know Councilmember Manzo mentioned, and I know you guys already said it, that billboards, the mall and stuff like that. Today, we're talking about this current year, fiscal year 23-24 budget. So that is not going to come into play until, you know, years from now. So we won't even talk about new revenue. Of course, if we're going to talk about the half-cent tax and all that, I think it would make sense for us not to. So on the one hand, I don't want to incur more costs of doing business. And now we're kind of cutting down to just what you as staff think that it's a bare minimum, bare bone, like what you need to operate and to provide maybe not excellent service, but okay service, right?
Yes.
So we kind of have to weigh that. We have to weigh both. Like, okay, so we're going to incur some costs, but we want to make sure it's just a minimum amount of, you know, just the minimal. So this is the third round, right? And we're cutting down to just, dwindling down to just the bare bone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just one thought that came to mind as somebody was talking to a police chief regarding what candidates are thinking, that they don't want to come here because of our financial instability, stuff like that. You mentioned earlier, Chief.
Yes, council member. So in questioning, in fact, I have my commander of our hiring unit, but we have learned that instability is very important to police officers. It's one of the reasons they go into that profession, and not just police officers, people that go into government work. It's stability. And, you know, I've only been on under 2 years, but I know this council more so than any other council in my 35-year career talks about the possibility of going bankrupt more so, and the financial instability than any council that I've worked for in the past. That worries people that want to go into government. So you are correct.
So we sort of fixed that with the 1 cent tax, but you're talking about the red in 2027?
Yes, ma'am. So now we're back at it. We're talking about potential financial
In the near future?
coming up in near future. And that would worry me as a young police officer getting into the profession, that, wow, this city is using the reserves right now to balance the budget, and this is what it's coming to. If I personally had the choice as a young police officer, I would not want to go to a city that was on the verge of not being able to pay its bills, which would include my salary for myself and my family.
I get that. So that's another point against voting for, to increase or to add on more positions. That's one point against it. That's a really good point. So we would we're going to dig ourselves a bigger hole if we spend more money before we could bring in new revenue, before we could bring in and be more stabilized, because we just now are into our first quarter of the Measure Y money. We lost $5 million in the first quarter. So that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have to weigh all these things. So if we keep spending, then PD's going to have a harder time recruiting. And so it's really, we're going to get ourselves in this vicious cycle that we will never be able to come out of. So I think in the future, I think right for now, I think we're going to have to explain to the young candidates that, hey, we've got Measure Y, we've got a lot of revenue coming in and things like that. Things are going to be more stabilized. So that's another thing, a very strong point to consider as we're, approving, these positions that you propose. So I want to ask our city manager. Well, I know you're on payroll.
Councilmember, can I
I just
ask
want to
you-
make sure.
you-
So could you, I'm sorry, but I just
yeah.
need to have my time.
I understand,
I
but
understand.
my question is, do you
Yeah.
have a lot more questions?
No, I think I'm coming
Oh,
down
okay,
to
fine.
conclusion. Thank you. I just want to ask you, do you think these positions are absolute need to make things work? I know I don't have, I do have some ideas on some of these positions, but not all.
So the bottom line is we're always trying to achieve a balanced budget, which it would be zero-based. So the only way that we are going to achieve that is if this council decides to cut programs. That is ultimately the reality. At the same time, too, and we spoke about this over a few meetings, or a few years rather, but in order to achieve some of the services at the service levels that this council is looking to to accomplish, you are going to have to invest in some of these positions in order to do that. So one of the biggest complaints that I have is obviously the amount of time it takes to process, applications for development, correct? And that is something that we have struggled for years in terms of staffing, because the trajectory, the amount of projects that are coming in, both by residents and other developers, has increased to the point where now we're not meeting what the council is expecting, what the community is expecting. So that's an example of a position in which if we can turn around more projects faster and accurately, we would be able to, again, change the reputation that Councilwoman West had talked about at the last meeting, but change the reputation in terms of people wanting to come to Westminster to do business. Because again, these types of things in the developer world, it's a very small world, and so these things do get do get mentioned out there. So we definitely want to fix that. In terms of some of those other positions, this community is very near and dear when it comes to our senior population. So obviously, if you're not interested in cutting some of the programs that are there, the unfortunate place that we're at is sustaining the programs to a level that meets the expectations of, again, this council and community. And we know that a lot of our seniors do rely on our meals program and just even the senior center to for socializing. And so again, it's really what the priorities come down to when it comes to making those cuts or investing in the staffing so that certain things are sustainable. Because at the end of the day, you're going to look at some of the programs that we have that are ultimately not revenue generating, but they are for the betterment of the quality of life of the community. And that's really, that's really what it comes down to, is how much do you want these quality of life things to be affected and how our residents, community are affected by, the struggles that we're in. So we're obviously going to keep moving forward and look for those revenue generating ideas. As we've said before, they are not giant chunks that, that we'll achieve in a short amount of time. But certainly as we continue to, reimagine our image, rebrand ourselves, which is what, we've been really focused on the last year and a half or so, is changing the reputation of Westminster. It's unfortunate we have that we've been doing, but also trying to, again, attract people into coming to Westminster to do business here, to live here, to have pride in their city, and all of that comes into play in terms of economic development. People aren't going to want to do business or live in a place where things are falling apart, or they don't understand what we're trying to do and what our vision is. And so things like the strategic plan have helped people in the public realize what we're trying to do. Westminster Mall specific plan has helped developers see that we are becoming more business friendly, developer friendly. And it's just a matter of catching up with the times. So these positions, like I said, council, you can opt to, to support them, or, if the timing's not right, that's perfectly fine too. But, but our overall vision is we do see certain positions that are needed to invest into the bigger picture. We do know that it comes with a deficit, but if it's the goal of the council to adopt a balanced budget, we can certainly look at cuts, but ultimately at the end of the day, that becomes cuts to programs and cuts to staff, which in turn cuts to staff is cuts to programs.
Thank you. Well, so we are looking at the 6 positions here, correct?
We whittled them down, just based on the last conversation.
So
but
these
again,
6?
To those 6.
Okay. So if I were to ask you, if I asked you to cut one position from here, what would it be?
It would,
I know city clerk, records coordinator, you need. I know you need. Finance, human resources, management analyst.
that's probably the one that would get cut.
Okay. So, and then police department, well, I know you need. Police officer, traffic officer, correct? And community development, senior planner, I know we need. Public works, engineering technician, do you need? You need. Community services, we talked about that, we need, right? So I'd say that we're not adding all the positions that we used to have back. We're not talking about the past, but I'm for sustainable service the community at a reasonably good level, reasonable level. And I propose to add 5 positions except for finance, human resources. Well, when we find money, we'll add that. And thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind council members that maybe I forgot to mention earlier, but we can, the reason for us to be here, adopt the fiscal year budget, I think that it's very important for us to ask all questions and be clarified before we adopt the budget, because it's going to be very important for us for the whole fiscal year. The only thing I ask is that, I can be here until 6 o'clock. I don't know about staff or public, but, I think that we need to go around, so that the person after you can also have questions. Then we can go to the next round and next round. That way, they don't have to wait that long. Vice Mayor Nguyen, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For now, I just save my question for later.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm with the number. So can you go back to slide number 4? Okay, I see it's very consistent that you have throughout on slide number 4 and slide number 10 that adding these supplemental positions will add like $400,000 compared to status quo.
I mean, 700,000.
What I have here is status quo that 7.4 for projected for 2026 and 2027, and 2027 and 28 is 0.9. And if you go to slide number 10, where this is a proposed budget for 22-24, and I see that is 1.3.
The 1.3 is
Right,
the
1.3.
ending reserve balance in 27-28. So basically, the general fund would be out of money. And obviously, you can't spend money we don't have, so we wouldn't be able to do that 1.3. But that's what this slide is showing. The costs for these positions are included over here in the 23-24 supplemental column in the 6.3 deficit. So they'd be in this 82.3 expenditure budget, $82.3 million expenditure budget. So those positions are included in that number.
So it's about 700.
It's 715,000, I believe, is what that slide said. But yes, and that's for the first year. But positions, as all expenses, do increase annually for costs. For if it's an A-step position, to get to B-step, it costs a little more. And as we discussed earlier, PERS costs go up, cost of supplies go up. So in those projections, we do have increases built in, about between 1% and 3%, depending on the program each year. We also build in revenue increases as well.
So explain to me, if you go to slide number 10.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand here that the slide that I have here for status quo for 2026, 27 is 7.4, which is
We
about.
did add some revenue
Okay.
in this particular
And what-
version.
and
When
what-
I was
and what are
revising,
they?
yeah, it went up $1 million, $1.2 million
Okay.
in revenue. So that, and 600,000 of that is potential. I mean, it's all potential because it's a projection, but it depends on the cost of service study being approved at the next council meeting. So if that doesn't get approved or at that level, then those numbers might not be
I
realized.
still don't understand because I have 0.9 negative and this is 1.3, which is $400,000 different.
Aaron, I think he's looking at a previous presentation
Yeah.
before the revenue increases of this
Okay.
presentation.
Which one of them is correct? The status quo is 0.9 negative in 2027, 2028, and something. And the presentation that you have proposed budget for 2023, 24 is 1.3. I figure it's only 400,000 different. If it's not correct, then we have to fix it. Something wrong.
The screen is blinking.
So I will say, when you cut costs in the first year and you project those out 5 years, they compound. So if it's going to cost, so the ending balance will grow by more than what was said. So if we cut $1 million in year 1, that's also $1 million in year 2, 3, 4. So it grows, which would be the reason why it's it's not as big at the end, the deficit, because those costs are being reduced by the million, and the same can be said for the revenue. If we're increasing it $1.2 million in the first year, spreading that over 5 years would be $5 million of increases for that end balance, because you're looking at the ending balance of the whole fund. So that's why it's going from originally, and I'm going back to the June 7th meeting. Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the staff report that gave to me before the meeting. I mean, yesterday. The package that delivered to me. You want to see it as, or?
Oh,
You want to see this?
Oh, yes. This was from, I'm sorry, there's a lot of moving parts in all of these projections, so let me find this one.
We can come back to that later, but my next question for you is that in the 2023-2024 proposed budget, in your presentation, you gone through the cuts in different departments. Were those cuts considered in the budget yet, or this is just a potential if we don't?
Those are options for council to consider. If those were cuts that you would like staff to look into, we could certainly look into those, but they would take some time to generate the cost savings and the potential options. Like some of the reduced services, say in Public Works, we couldn't completely stop the service, but if we went from watering, I don't know how often we water, once a week to every other week or something like that, we would be able to go back and look at the costs that we could potentially save. These are just options that are provided for direction.
So the budget that you presented for council to be considered today does not include those recommendations or any?
It does not, no.
Okay, all right.
It doesn't include service cuts.
Okay.
Oh, this is an attachment from the previous, okay, that's why I'm not finding it. This was the status quo, so if we took,
Aaron, just one quick question, just for
Yes.
clarification on this, that there's a recommendation on how much to keep in reserve, and I think maybe that's,
17%, about $14 million.
so I think that's important as part of this.
That's part of the,
If we get below that, then we're kind of operating.
correct. That's part of our fund balance policy. We target that. It's based on recommended practices to have 17%, which is approximately $14 million. And the difference between this is this particular slide shows the positions in here. The one that you're looking at is the status quo minus those 7 positions, and because this is older, it's minus the $1 million in revenue. This would need to be updated to include the new revenue options to be accurate, to reflect what's presented in the presentation now. So we'd need to remove the positions, increase the revenue to get a new status quo projection.
Yeah, it's just a question because I got the package and I review the package and compared to what I see today, it's different.
Yeah, there have
Now-
been changes since we started this process back in, a few weeks ago, a month ago.
Could I just ask a quick question on that? For regards to revenue, can you give me the breakdown of the revenue that you've got there projected for 24, 25, or 23, 24? Is that just the taxes, right?
Of the $75.9 million?
Mm-hmm.
The increases or the,
No, just the revenue
there?
projection. That would be just all your taxes, right?
it's not
The
just taxes, it
TUT.
includes taxes, it includes charges for service, it includes fines, interest, rental, intergovernmental, so. Rental income from some of our properties.
Okay,
Property tax,
got it, okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the revenue that we projected to bring in, will take probably, if I remember correctly, you mentioned about 2 or 3 years down the line? Okay, and if we continue to operate the way that we do with your presentation here, by 2027, 2028, we are going to go into the negative. We will use up all the reserves and we'll go into the negative.
So if we went back to the status quo budget like you were requesting earlier, this would change slightly. So we'd probably not be at a deficit in 27, 28, but we'd be very close.
Yeah.
This is with those 6 positions in these totals.
What your projection is 1.3
Deficit,
million
yes.
deficit. But then by that time, 2027, 2028, probably 3 or 4 more years, hopefully that we can also have some revenue coming in.
Yes,
I
those are
don't know,
additional options that we could not build in at this time because we don't know exactly when
Right.
they'll start.
but
But yes,
it's potential, right?
yes,
potential.
possibly the billboards, the Westminster Mall, all of those options.
I said potential is because you also have here that you brought up a lot of potential revenue. But
Those would take time, and a lot of those options include increase in costs. So the council would have to approve the process, increase the staff required in order to realize that revenue.
Okay. Now come back to the 5 positions that you, I know that you've been working hard, and I appreciate for the effort that you put in and reduce the number of positions. Do you think that all these positions are efficient for us to continue with better in doing business right now? I'm sure that, with addition, it will be better, but is it sufficient for us to handle?
So I rely on the departments for those, their requests, because they know their departments better than I would know their services. But I do believe we've reduced it quite a bit, yes.
Yet, I don't want to open a can of worms, but then I know that, we have feedback from the communities that, our service provide, we lack of providing insufficient services to the community. So that's one of the things that we need to do. We need to have enough staff to provide that. At the same time, I believe that in here you also mentioned if we have enough staff, we can also do additional tasks in order to bring in additional revenue. Am I correct on that?
So I believe of that list, the only one that could potentially, in that list, bring in the additional revenue was the traffic officer, based on some options that the chief offered up to review. Some of the other ones, like the planner is an interesting one, the senior planner. If we were to provide that service with a contract, it would cost twice as much as it would to provide it with a full-time. So we could increase service levels, increase services to the community at a lower price, because we can hire a position and perform the service less expensive than it would be to hire a consultant. So that one would bring in, I guess, additional revenue in the fact that we could process it sooner. Some of the other ones, I'm not sure that the community service senior center would bring in additional revenues, but certainly provide a service to the community in a highly sought-after
Yeah, this is the
department.
third time that you look into this so that you can trim off so you can come with a critical position. You just mentioned about senior planner. That's very important to me because we need to bring business to the city of Westminster, and that one of the department that we need to concentrate on.
Right.
Rather than pushing them away or pushing them to do business at different city, we need to bring them to this city. So I think that I agree with you that these are very the most important or critical position that we need to have. We need to bring this city to the next level by providing adequate services, provide adequate services to the community so that we can move on. That's all I have right now. I want to go back to Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is Vanessa here? Oh. Okay. So I guess she can't help answer a question for me, but let's see here. Okay, so I guess I'll go to another question first. So just looking at it, I understand that she's not here yet? Okay, when she comes here, I'll ask. So with the estimation billboard city manager, it's about 1.5, right? When it does approve per year, about? An estimate?
Approximately.
Okay, thank you. And then with 2 hotels, would we say generate about maybe $2 million if we get 2 in the city?
Without knowing what kind of hotel they're proposing and what the TOT looks like, how many rooms, I don't have an estimate of that, but we can certainly find out from finance and.
We currently receive $900,000 in transient occupancy tax from our current hotels. I'm assuming something new would bring in additional or more than what we currently have in the city, but that's what we get right now, about 960.
Yeah, a lot
from
does-
all of them total.
A lot does depend on what kind of hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for instance, I want to say it was Garden Grove that brought in the Great Wolf Lodge. That generated a ton of interest and the price and such, and that generated quite a bit. But if your standard hotel would be much, much less. So it could vary quite a bit depending on what kind of hotel and where it's located and how much you're charging, that sort of thing.
Right, so estimate maybe give and take 1 million to 2 million, estimate.
Well, that would be twice as much that would be twice as much as or 3 times as much as we're currently collecting from all of our hotels.
Okay.
So, it would have to be a pretty big hotel with, it's a percentage of the revenue, so
Okay.
that's probably a,
Just for conservative, let's just say
Yeah.
$500,000. Let's just say
yeah,
$500,000.
yeah, I think so.
Okay, and then with, we did mention about a 0.5% tax that will generate about 8 million, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and then, how much is Westminster Mall will be generating, you think, estimate about? That'll be 3 years down the road, but go, estimate.
I honestly don't know. Christine, do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't at the moment.
That's a big question because it really does depend on what gets built there.
Right.
Yeah, we know without divulging what Target currently does, right? But we'll assume that with the mall presence, Target being there, it'll be more than what they currently make. But that's one of those information pieces where we couldn't give, how much they're actually generating. But they're one of our top producers.
Right, and then it depends on what stores or what they come and what services are offered and what we ultimately get built there. It would all depend on that.
Right, so far with the owners, there's 2 applications right now, or no?
So there's one that is in the pre-application phase, which is Shop Off, the Bolsa Pacific project. And then the other one that's in application is for a housing development, which is True Life, where the Babies R Us is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, that's good to know on that update.
And I think it's too, when you're adding such a huge development, there's going to be additional costs to the city related to police, fire, it's hard to say what that will be, but those are the kinds of things that you have development impact fees for, to make sure the developers are paying to offset those kinds of costs, at least the initial cost maybe of a new station or something. But that's something that should be considered as we go into these developments to make sure those are in place.
Yeah,
Right.
we do have an economist that we have been working with and a few other consultants for the project altogether. So as some of those costs that City Attorney had mentioned come up, we're looking at ways to mitigate those costs as well. So when the timing is right, we'll come back and present what those options look like in terms of the burden of the cost.
Right. Also with, I agree with the mayor, we need to generate more business in our city. I know a gentleman 2 weeks ago, I guess he came up and present a cannabis proposal, and I'm thinking with that, would it be like, would you estimate it'd be about 1 to 2 million estimate about there?
It depends on the operation, but like last year we had someone from the Shrine Group that came and presented, a different company, and they were estimating, I believe it was 3 million at the time annually.
Okay.
It's certainly something that the council did discuss, and with timing and needing to look for more information, that discussion we can always bring it back to the council if this council has interest in bringing that back.
Right, so I'm just estimating all of this, just an estimation. It doesn't mean that we will utilize it, but it estimate about 12.5 million almost. And I think that's good, but it takes within 2 to 3 years for it to happen. I think that's very good because by 2007, 2008, that's when we're in a deficit. So I think that will give us time if we do utilize those things that was proposed and requested by you guys. But also I want to address, is Vanessa here for me to? Thank you, Vanessa.
I apologize for stepping out.
Oh, no problem. So I guess I was wondering, have you reached out to the local churches around regarding volunteer? I know that you mentioned it was hard to get volunteer to help with the senior center.
Yeah, we are actively recruiting volunteers for the senior center and all of our activities. Volunteering in the senior center, it's during the workday, during business hours. It takes a very open schedule to be able to support that. Many of our volunteers are seniors themselves. They participate in our programs, and it's just been a challenge, as it has in many, many senior centers across the county.
Right. Have you tried to reach out to the local churches?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good, because
And,
I
and,
did
and
estimate.
some of them support here and there a specific event, but it's really those ones that are there every day, helping with the meals, helping in the kitchen, helping support our special activities that are a challenge to fill right now.
Okay. Yeah, because I estimate we have about 16, 17 local churches here. I know a couple of them, a handful of them that I can recommend as well. And if you need me to come, we have We have Calvary Chapel Pacific Coast in Westminster. We have Bethany Bible Fellowship. We have West Grove, Calvary West Grove, which is a lot of resident from Westminster goes there. We also have Hope Community Churches and much more, but that's just a couple lists of names. But if you need me to come with you to meet with the pastor or give you the contact of the pastor and you can make that call, if you need me to be there, I'd be more than happy to be there with you.
We'd be happy to take you up on that.
Yeah, and the thing is that I know those people at church, they have plenty of free time that they would love to give back to the community. And they have talked to me before when I was knocking on doors. They want to volunteer with the youth ministry. They want to volunteer with youth mentorship kind of thing. They want to volunteer for, to give back to the city. So I think if we can even propose to those churches, if they can give us one person who can be consistent or two-person rotating consistently to help the senior citizen or senior center, I think that would be fabulous. So I would love to go with you on that if you need me to.
Sure.
And then let me see what else. So I guess that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Menzo.
I had this one question. I know we spoke about the whittling down the list of needs as far as how critical they were. I just had a question for the chief. What was the last meeting we spoke of? What was it? That one, was it the court liaison, was it? Was it that one? Yes. Yeah, that was the one that we spoke about?
It was.
So what was the thought process on that one as far as removing it from the list?
So that was a very difficult decision. Council actually helped with that decision in prioritizing the traffic officer safety over cost savings. Very difficult, just like the council is doing today. It's projections. They might be over, they might be under, but we do think this position will save money in the long run in our overtime budget that just keeps going up and up and up every year. To give you an idea, in the past 12 months, we have spent almost $130,000 on on-call overtime for the department. We also know that about 1,600 subpoenas were canceled. This position, when the court gives us adequate notification that those are canceled, this is the position that would notify the officer. You can make other plans. You can go out, you're not on call. We're taking you off call, so you do not have to pay them on call to stand by for court. when the court case isn't even going. There was also about 550 rescheduled subpoenas where it's not canceled, it's just moved to a different day. But they're getting paid because no one's taking them off call for that day, then it's moved to another day and they're paid again for on-call. And our record staff does not have the time to adequately manage the cancellations and all the calls coming in. You can see from the volume of the numbers I just spoke about, that's a full-time position. We're one of the few agencies, if not the only agency in Orange County that does not have a dedicated court liaison officer for these reasons. Yes, that is my pitch to try to get the position thrown back in there.
Well, my
but
next
it
question
facts.
is, since you looked into this position, all those things that you just mentioned, did you estimate as far as, I know it's going to cost, I forgot what the numbers, I don't have it in front of me, for that position? That number compared to the potential, the savings, what is the difference?
Yes, Councilman, and we were actually trying for that, but we couldn't do it because we do not track, we don't have the capability with the systems we have right now. It would be laborsome to track when we're able to get word to that officer and when we're not. So we do not have, well, how many would these save? What does that equate into the dollar amount? We just
Don't have.
now moving forward, we might be able to do that, but they'll be doing that. We're taking yet another busy person from records to track that, take time to track that, and we need numerous people because we don't have one person that works every day of the week. We'd have to have all of our record staff involved in that, and that will take away from front counter service, phone calls, et cetera, that they're trying to help the public with.
So we just know that, you just know from experience and what you see in a real time, that it is, in the long run, it is a cost savings, even though we're going to be putting out whatever this position would pay, correct?
What I can tell you in certainty is this will definitely mitigate on-call overtime costs to our overtime budget, without a doubt. How much that will be, I'm not sure. I could say, I guess I can safely say that it potentially can save us close to $130,000 a year, and that would be kind of a liberal estimate, but we know we're spending that now on subpoena on-call.
That's the savings and then also paying that position, correct?
That would be what we're saving. You would have to minus what we were paying that position.
Okay. So I think that's, I know, like you just said, it's difficult to gauge that, but that would be something good to have for that, as an example for that position.
Yes, being data-driven, I wish I could tell the council, this is exactly how much you would save. I don't have that, but I do know this will definitely mitigate, from day one, it'll mitigate our overtime budget.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Manzo. Next is Councilmember Ho.
Yes, thank you. On the same thought, I would like to ask the chief, the same topic, I'd like to ask the court liaison officer, you mentioned $130,000 this month. What is that? $100,000 in costing you to pay the people, the officers on call?
Yes, and that was for 12 months.
For?
12 months period is on-call pay we've paid the officers.
That's how much you paid the officers over 12 months?
For on-call pay.
For on-call pay. So when you say if an officer is on call, do you pay them if the court cancels?
No, so our policy is similar to that of all other law enforcement agencies in our area, if not throughout the state. And that is when the Orange County District Attorney's Office or the federal prosecutors or whatever entity we are dealing with goes, hey, I got a trial coming or a motion or whatever that officer might be brought into to testify in, it's going, we're in court at 8 a.m. I'm not sure when I will need you. I'm not sure if this will even go, but if it does, you need to respond and be there suit and tie in an hour. So they can tell the judge they're ready to go. So the court proceedings are sometimes very fluid. Sometimes witnesses take longer to interview. and to testify. Sometimes it's the attorneys and the DA getting together and negotiating the case, and no one has to go to court. On the other hand, maybe that fails, and now they have to come back into the courtroom, and they need all the witnesses. So it's very fluid. So what happens is our staff is told, you can't drink, you can't go out of the area, study the case in case you're called in, and their day is sitting at home or somewhere near that courthouse where they can't go very far, they can't enjoy their day off.
You pay for them anyway, right? Even
So-
if they don't get called in, correct?
So if they're not called in, we're already telling them, you can't go anywhere. You can't go to the beach. You can't go out of town. You can't, so yes, we have to compensate them for that.
Okay, so when you cancel, the court liaison officer says that, okay, you are canceled, how far ahead in order for you to save that, you know, the amount of money that you would pay the police officer for being on call? How far would they have to notify the officer, like a day ahead?
So I'd have to look up the exact time. I believe that is in our MOU, but generally, there's two types of on-call. If you're on-call in the morning, or the afternoon, or both. So if you're called off in the morning, you're not paid for the afternoon. If you're called off, and I don't know how many hours in advance we have to call them off before they're not paid for the morning.
But I think a lot of times courts will call, or won't know until the last minute. If so, you have to pay for these police officers to be on call anyway, correct?
Semi-correct. We would save 50%. So if we determine during the morning hours that the case has been settled and they're not going to need witnesses, they would not get the afternoon on call.
So in your guesstimate, we would save about 50%. And what would that equal to, roughly? What would you say?
A little over $60,000.
That much, you think?
Yes.
Okay. So, so first of all, I just want to finish that thought. I think the court liaison officer, it makes sense to have. It makes sense to have because it doesn't make sense to let money go to waste when you don't know and no one's dedicated to monitor the court or have that liaison. No one is the liaison between the court and the department. So that money is going to waste, and that could go towards paying for the half of the police traffic officer right there. So it doesn't make sense not to approve that, even though it's not on here. So I don't know why, Chief, you would not put that on here, but I understand that that's not the $60,000 saving. How much is a court liaison officer? That could pay for itself, or maybe half of that.
About 86,000.
How much?
86,000?
Yeah. So if the court liaison officer costs us 86 and we save 60, then really, in essence, we're only out of pocket about 26,000. So it really makes sense for us to throw that one in. We do look at every which way possible to see if we can save, but it doesn't make sense not to have one. So I would definitely recommend that we approve the court liaison officer, and not to say that we don't need the management analyst, but we'll have to put that one on hold, So our dilemma is that if we approve the 5 or 6 positions, we increase our debt or liability, correct? And then if we don't approve, then our level of service will be compromised. And currently, I do feel, because I know certain things I know in regards to how behind our planning department is. And so I feel that we are already being compromised in our service. And also, if we're talking about growth with the mall, and that's going to generate a lot of work for planning or that department, then that's going to stunt our own growth. So that's why I think we have to add on these 5 or 6 positions. And the other thing I want to say is that This is my suggestion to Aaron, our finance director. I was just thinking, and also our PD chief, police chief, I was just thinking, you know how you mentioned that when you try to recruit and these people are looking at, oh my gosh, 5 years from now, this city is going to bankrupt? Is that what they're doing? They're looking, right? They're looking.
Similar, and I would like to add to that,
Yeah.
council member, that I conduct exit interviews, and when I first got on, I actually spoke to several people that have already left the police agency, and just to get my arms around our retention issues, is I asked why. And in the top 3 reasons was stability. So it's not just recruiting.
What do they look at?
So they look at financial stability of the city.
What do they look at? Would it be this budget study? Would they be looking at some, what is it? What table do they look at? So this is my point. My point being that we really shoot ourselves in the foot because we are here discussing, and after how many days and how many hours we talk about, we hash it out, and we say, okay, these are our, this is the money we can spend, and this is money we're going to spend, and here's our plan. And as I said, we'll invest some money into these positions, and then this is what we're going to get 4 or 5 years from now. I think for anybody to look beyond 5 years is not reasonable, okay? So I do believe for recruiting purposes, I think it would make sense for us to create a table, just like your budget, your general funds budget, right? And project a revenue, and to include revenue, as I asked you, like, what does that revenue column include? And I know all the things that you threw out, and I understand that, but that's also for me to verify that you don't include some of the things we know we're going to have. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say project the mall revenue, because that's going to be hard, because there's so much, like a lot of revenue yet, but there's also a lot of costs. And so let's just say we're not going to include that part, the mall, the revenue from the mall, because that's quite involved. But things that are not so involved, that like we know we're going to bring in the billboards, right? So that's pretty sure. That's a pretty sure thing. And we know that, let's just say something like the passport service, okay? And let's say, and what else we talked about. So I think if we would include, because if you look at, if we were like 2020, could you pop that on the screen? Just pop that budget.
The projection?
Projection.
It's on, yeah.
So, yeah. So let's say if you look at 2027, 28, if that number in the red brackets, if that were just a huge number, then I say, it really doesn't matter, it doesn't matter these costs, billboards, passports, or whatever else, then it wouldn't put a dent.
But that 1.3 million, I just want to make sure everybody understands, that means we have no reserves left. We're out of reserves. That's just not our annual deficit. Our money is gone.
Well, yeah,
So,
but that's why I'm saying more of a reason why, because it's only $1 million. So if you add some of these revenue that we know we're going to have, so we're pretty sure we're going to have, then I think that we are going to look better. Because for the purpose of someone coming to work for us, looking 5 years from now, it's reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable for them to look 10 years from now, because, hey, things change. We're going to have the mall for sure. We're going to, those things are for sure. But I would say leave the mall out, because that's so complicated, and don't know how to tabulate that one, the income and the expense. But because there's police, and then there's the park upkeep and whatever else, so leave that one alone. But tabulate and add to your projected revenue some of these things. Of course, not in this one. This one will be like for our purpose, but if you add and you create another one, it should take you no time at all. And that would be something you go to recruit with, or just to have.
It's difficult to include a projection for something that's not approved. So I'm already including 600,000 for fees, but those aren't approved. So say the next council meeting, if council doesn't choose to approve all of those, then those projections are already wrong. As for billboards, that's not approved yet, and it's uncertain when it will go into
No,
effect.
I'm not saying that what you're doing here is wrong. I'm saying
I
this is
understand,
absolutely right.
but I'm just saying that's why
It would just
it's
be for
not
that purpose,
projected.
because every penny we approve to spend, in addition to what we're already spending, is going to be another, like just a penny in liability, and it's going to really cost us when we go out to recruit, is what I'm saying. But we do see the light at the end of the tunnel, I'm saying. So we could show that, and we could show that somehow, since you are the director of finance, you could like come up with a table just for recruiting purposes so they could see 5 years out, our plans, our projections. We are bringing revenue in. It's not like we have no clue right now. We haven't talked about revenue. So I'm just saying that we just want to paint a clearer picture so that people can see, and then they can have a better gauge of where we're going as a city financially.
And I think a lot of times on those recruitments, people watch council meetings, they look at our budget, which would include something like this, and that's where you see the deficits.
And that's why you pop that other one on.
And it's already posted on there.
That's what I'm saying. Then
Right.
that's where you pop that on. That's why I asked you, what did they look at when they make the decision?
Well, and I think that's hard to determine. I know in finance, we have a lot of people look at it, but they don't apply, so we can't be certain what they're actually looking at. But it's difficult to include a projection for some money that we don't have yet.
I know, for your purpose, I know, I understand. But I'm just saying for recruitment purposes and for other projection purposes, I understand that we cannot project, just like you can't count chicken until they hatch. I understand that. But I'm just suggesting, and the reason I called to the attention of our chief is so that you see when you go out to recruit, this is what you got to demand and you got to explain one by one, or even if you're standing in front of a group, you could tell them, hey, this is what it looks like, but these are the revenue we're bringing in. So I do find that to be very important, and to communicate that to your recruiter and the people you stand in front to recruit.
Councilmember, I love what you're trying to do, and that's help us.
I'm trying.
And I know, and I see that. After confirming confirming some information before I put it out there with the commander who's in charge of our recruitment unit, is basically at the academy, the people that are going through the academy or about to go through the academy, right now there are recruiters. We have recruiters too. And most of these recruits are getting their information from them. So you have somebody arguing against coming here. In fact, just the other day, there was somebody being promoted to lieutenant who applied here 14 years ago that went with the other agency for reasons of this, and we were having that conversation at another agency. But what they are looking at is, one, and I've already said it, is pay. And the agencies that seem to pay more, their cities seem to be more economically sound. They're not looking at red projections. They're not diving into the details. They have a recruiter going, hey, you don't want to go there because they're going to be bankrupt in a couple of years. Go look at the paper and let me show you what we have. This is how much we have in reserves. And so it's very hard for us to...
But you said we have a recruiter?
We have police.
Well, I need to talk to that recruiter because he's not recruiting right. He's not aggressive. He's not assertive to allow someone to say that.
So we're
no,
not there.
but
We're not there
understand.
when they're saying that.
Well, then you need to talk to that person, because that person, that person has to wear a salesperson's hat. And if you don't sell the person, we're not making things up. We're just trying to, give the people, the information that they won't have just looking at this presentation.
I understand.
Yeah.
Knowing what our recruitment team has done, they are excellent. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult to sell mud to a pig. So I understand what you're saying, but they're doing an absolutely great job considering what they're up against and the competition we're up against. But that said, there's only so much you can do.
Okay. If you think he's doing a great job, then.
Yeah. Our recruitment team is doing an absolutely excellent job.
That's my suggestion, okay? Because I don't think you can sell if you don't tell people what you've got in the pipeline. That's what it comes down to. And if you tell them, I do believe they will consider that, put that into the equation, and they will look at it differently.
Yes,
And if you're not telling them, then you're not aggressive enough in recruiting.
I actually do have a question for this conversation. It would be to the city attorney. Can we speculate what council is going to approve and put it in writing and then officially recruit people with that information?
No, I wouldn't speculate in terms of what we're promising to people.
So Councilwoman, I don't even think we can do that, unfortunately.
Councilmember Ho, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I think I'm done.
Let me ask
I think
you,
I'm done. But, like Westminster Mall is not something that like I said, it's not easy to quantify and put down like how much, but we all know what the Westminster Mall, it's moving forward, that it's going to bring in revenue. So, that you can put in writing. And as you could see, all the companies that have bought the land and I even spoke to, Shop Off the other day, just a few days ago, and they presented to me. So they put out, $450 million to purchase that land. So they're in, they know they're going to make money. So that is something you can put in writing. Why wouldn't you? It's all over the paper. So I'm just saying that I just don't feel like we're assertive enough. So
Thank
that's
you very
just
much.
thought for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that all questions came from council members are beneficial for every one of us. The only thing I said is that we still have another item that we can talk more about it, which is also talk about strategic plan goal number 1, which is achieve financial stability. So, we will have a chance to talk about that too. So if we go into detail, then we can go ahead and reserve your question until then. But right now we are concentrating on the budget study session so that we can go ahead and get this moving forward. My belief is we need to get it done by the end of this month, or when?
So if we're going to adopt a budget for the next fiscal year, it would need to be done at the next council meeting, or we can adopt a continuing resolution where we would continue our current budget.
Okay,
and then bring
you.
it back at a later date.
So again, I want to remind council members, and including me, that we will have a chance to talk about strategic plan goal for number 1, achieves financial stability. Now I ask, I can call on for Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions that I need to clarify. From a perspective as a businessman, I always invest money into something that I can get the money back. So I think in this case that if we approve for 6 new positions, then I consider it like we invest money. We invest into the people that can help the city to make money, to generate money. So all I see here is we invest into something that in 5 years down the road, we're going to go bankrupt. So is that the smart investment? Anybody can answer me that question. So in this report, I think we lack the thing that if we hire these 6 positions, these people going to help the city to make money. And that's what I suggest that you go back and bring me something that new. But for now, I want to see that we're going to lose money from now on to like 5 years for the next 5 years. Are you back, Mr. Mayor?
May I just say something really quick?
Sure.
Well, you know, as a city, by law, we don't make money off of our constituents, so we only recover, we're only legally allowed to recover the costs. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney. So I know that certain positions, if we don't have, we will compromise our service and we stunt our own growth because, for instance, planning. If we don't, we're already really short-staffed with the increase in the ADU applications, with the mall and all that development. If we don't provide the service in order for them to promptly review and get back comments to the developers, then we are going to stunt our own growth because we're banking on the mall. We're trying to resolve homeless, shall I say, affordable housing, et cetera. So, Mr. Bettenhausen.
Yeah, the city is a service, you know, we're in the business of providing services, police, fire, you know, planning and all that. And our revenues are coming from taxes, whether they're sales taxes or property taxes. And so I guess kind of go to what you were saying, in some of those positions there are cost savings, like if you hire this additional person, there's less overtime. So those are the kinds of things you might want to evaluate. But in terms of generating revenue, we're very, very limited in how we can generate revenue. There's
By law.
the billboards, for instance, might be an idea where that occurs, but it is very limited. It's usually taxes in some form.
May I respond?
Thank you.
Okay, in response to Councilwoman Hall, what I meant is if we hire someone to work on the planning department, right, to speed up the applications, then more developers going to come to our city, develop more malls and restaurants and so on, so we can make more money. That's how I meant. Okay.
Yeah, but may I add to
Can
that?
I-
Yes.
May
Can
I
I
just
say
really
something?
quickly add to that
Right.
thought is that, but one thing about that cost is that can be quantified and that will be reimbursed by the developers. So that is something that we will get reimbursed to provide the service. But if we don't provide the service, then we would have to hire like a contractor, which would cost like 2 or 3 times more than hiring an employee.
I believe that I understand.
Yep, thank you.
From Vice Mayor Nguyen. He just want to make sure that when we have people to serve the community, we have to serve them right. We have to serve them effectively. At the same time, by serving effectively, we can bring in more business to the city. From that, we can get the tax return, and then we can, get more money from there. I don't think that he meant to that for each, like city clerk can make money for the city. So he probably think that in terms of community development, that will help to speed up the process, speed up the permits so that we can build more and bring more business to the city. I agree with that. Now, looking at the, can you go back to slide number 4 again?
Okay.
Yes, again, I appreciate the staff in a week time frame. You have looked into this, and by the request from the council, you trimmed out to a number of critical positions. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, last time when you presented at the second budget study, for these positions, it's $1.8 million. Is that correct? And now it's reduced to 700,000.
I believe that's correct, yes.
That's a tremendous effort that you put in. And this is the third budget study session already. And again, I know that I've been in the city for the last couple of days, and I know that in a quick time frame, I saw staff working really hard to get us updated, and I appreciate for that. I trust that that our staff have done the best they can to serve the resident in the city of Westminster, and I think that we, as a council, need to support them on this. And the budget is going to be, should be adopted before July timeframe for the next fiscal year. I don't think that we have that much time, and we come to the point that I think that it's doable. Of course, however, let's say we cut all these 5 positions, and we are not going to adopt, and we adopt as the status quo. I still think that we are in the deficit. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Because we are using the reserve. So by, if we continue to use the reserve, which we shouldn't be, we have to save that for a rainy day. But then if we continue to use into reserve, we have to have a way of making money. And like somebody mentioned before, for a government to bring in revenue, it takes a while for us to get that. So I would think that, in the next item that we discussed about, we can look into the 0.5%, see if we can go ahead and compensate for a short period of time, and so that we can get our revenue come, in the next several years that can offset the money that we use out of reserve, and then we can build up the reserve again. So that's, to me, again, thank you very much for your effort, and I encourage that our council member look into adopting this budget. Well, with that, I think that we have enough discussion. You are welcome to continue to discuss about it, but I move to receive and file.
Mayor, I got a quick question.
Sure.
Excuse me.
A second.
Excuse me. So is there a consensus for staff to work off of as far as what we want them to come back with for our next meeting? As far as, are we going to consider all these positions, including the liaison?
If we agree to this, then, and if we agree or have consensus to this, then I believe the staff is going to bring up at next meeting for adoption.
No, the question
Well, the thing
was.
is that we haven't even talked
Yeah, we
about
haven't
agreeing to those positions
Yeah,
as a council.
that's
yet.
what I'm asking is, do we have a consensus from
Okay,
council?
so, yeah.
I would like to
So-
propose those positions, if I may.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
getting
Yeah,
at.
So
I spoke about that
so,
before.
Fine. So, like I said, you can continue, we can continue to
Yeah.
discuss about it. So let's go back to Councilmember West.
So I wasn't,
Councilmember West, we go to the third round right now. So let's go with Councilmember West.
Okay,
and
go ahead.
I'll come back to you.
Go ahead.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. I've been waiting for a while. I appreciate
we were
that.
moving on.
So anyways, I guess, the position, I know that I feel like Councilwoman Ho keep going back and forth with the traffic and the court police. So I'm just like confused, like, do you want both of them on now? You want one? And the thing is that it's right, Terry's right, that none of us really agree as a council for these positions. So it's so important for us to discuss, like what I mentioned before, with the deficit we're in, I just feel like it's best to delay this position if it's not going to save us any money right now for a couple months, and then we can revisit those positions. That's where I agree with Vice Mayor Nam Quang, that it's important for us to look at the budget, and then also I appreciate Aaron coming up with potential revenues on this slideshow. It's perfect, and what we need to do next with this potential revenues is to implement it, and then calculate how much we would generate from that. And then from there, I just feel like, yeah, let's visit down the road with those 5 position or 6 position that needs to be approved. So that is my suggestion, if the council's okay with that, because as you know, we all agree that we're in a deficit. We want to be smart with the city's money and the people's tax dollars.
with these positions, I mean, we have been afloat for a while now, right? But the only position I feel like over time is huge right now, it's costing the city a lot of money. That's something we can implement sooner than the other 5 positions. So that's why so can I propose, City Attorney, can I propose the council to?
You can go ahead and give your input, and then you can go around. But for me, I think that I understand what you're trying to say there, but at the same time, if you notice that we have a lot of complaining from our residents in every angle that you see, from the planning, from from different from the serving the communities in different area. We can't continue to do that, and then prolong. If we don't serve them correctly, then we are not going to get them to support us. Even if you ask for 0.5%, they are not going to support us because of lack of service to the community. I think it's very important to consider this, and not only that, it takes a while to get people hired into the departments. They have to go through the interviews process and recruitment. So I think it's crucial to look into that right now.
Well, I guess my suggestion before is that to streamline and different application permits that we can have it approved the day of. And I bet planning Adolfo can attest to those, right? Those permits that can be approved within 24 hours, that we would let the people come and register for that over the counter. I mean, that would save a lot of customer service, time, and resources as well. So, I mean, have we implemented that, City Manager?
So in talking through, we have an organizational study that's still being implemented, but one of the processes of looking at, permit applications, and our biggest challenge is templating things. The other challenge is staffing. But in terms of 24 hours, we looked into that, that idea. And the reality is the permits that would be in that 24-hour phase aren't necessarily revenue-generating permits. And we actually don't have front counter staff that would be able to dedicate the entire time. So that would be another investment of the council to have somebody there full-time at the counter for those types of permits.
So you're saying right now we have no one at the counter?
So we have what's considered like a planner of the day, and Steve was here earlier to answer it, but we have a planner of the day. So you have one of your assistants or your associates and a few, maybe a consultant planning tech that will come up to the counter, the counter. And they will respond to the inquiries that are there, but they're not up there approving permits.
So right now, basically what I'm hearing is that you need to streamline the application process for the 24 hours over-the-counter application, so then it can be business-friendly for those who come in, just get the general permits. So we need that to be streamlined. And then we need someone who is already there. I know we have tons of worker in the office at City Hall, and I guess we have to bring them up to the front, right? We have to train them. We have to get them to the customer service aspect, right? Is that correct?
Sure.
Because I know we have a couple people who sit there that I walk around at City Hall. I mean, are we utilizing them? What position are they holding? There's so many questions that I have. I want us to utilize the taxpayers' money efficiently. And we just can't have empty bodies just sitting there. What are they doing? And what's their title? So that's something we need to process, and I know that's your job, City Manager. And I just feel like that's what we're missing.
Can I go next?
Yeah, are you done? Hopefully that you're done. I come back to you.
And then back to the other thing, I know that we can save some money with not bringing, the folder to the council's home. I mean, I've done that since day one. I don't need you guys to bring it. So yes, Councilwoman Ho, I agree with you. Maybe that's something we can save a tiny bit money, that the council should come to City Hall and pick up their folder like I've been doing since day one. So I think that's important. That's something we can do. as a council.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, some of these positions, I understand Councilmember Fan West's concerns, but some of these are, like we said earlier, we provide a service to our community. We're a service agency. Some of these positions are life-saving, and when you try to save lives, sometimes in order for you to enforce, and this is example of a traffic officer, to enforce the speed limit and in exchange, he's saving lives and generating revenue, because sometimes in order for people to obey laws, sometimes you have to fine them for them to obey. Some of that position is saving lives. The planner, in essence, is saving us money, because if currently we're taking a long time to process building permits, and in essence, that's costing us, and the bigger picture and the longer down the road is costing us revenue, because projects are taking longer, businesses are taking longer to open because it's taking way too long to process their permit or whatever they need. The same with the engineering technician. Community service, we provide a service, and our community service and rec department, they're understaffed and they need that extra hand in order to provide a better service for our community. So I understand that the financial kind of theory, don't spend something you don't have, but when in our service agency, this is what we have to do in order to provide the service for our community, is to put these positions. It takes people to provide the service. So that is that on those positions. As far as to speak a little bit about the staff and at the counter, we would be in big trouble if we just have a receptionist answer a building question. When somebody comes to the counter, we'll end up getting sued, because they don't have the expertise to answer questions. We can't have people out of position to answer questions that they're not informed of. So that's why currently we have positions that are at the counter, that they're in the planning department, but they have the experience and the knowledge to answer questions, but even though that's not really their position to be at the counter, those folks have the experience, but we just can't put anybody up there in the counter. So that's kind of how that works. My consensus is I agree with the mayor on this one, that these positions are critical to our community. I wish that we were in a better position to provide, to be able to budget for the more positions that we originally started with, because the bottom line is it don't take long. You drive up and down our city needs help. We need help in every single aspect: public safety, our public works, our planning. Our planning right now is really, I think it's really, stifling production and growth in our city. So we definitely need some help. And, there's the homeless issue, just the basic upkeep, trash, CPU issues, code enforcement issues. We just have a lot of pieces that we need, areas that we need some help. So I know there was a city attorney, there was a motion and a second. You said that we just need a consensus to move for this part. It's not necessarily a motion.
Yeah, it was just a motion to receive and file, but really, normally at study sessions, we're operating based on a consensus.
So my consensus is with the mayor. So for the staff, for our next meeting, to adopt the budget is I want to see this supplemental list, but also please put on there the court liaison position. And I'm okay with, I know we need the human resources help, but if somebody mentioned earlier that if there was a position to remove, that would be the one, city manager?
Yes, that's correct. If you were looking to remove a position from the list, it would be the management analyst for finance and human resources.
And that one, kind of the same question is that I asked about the court liaison officer. as far as cost savings, and as far as, is that cost savings greater than the position that the finance, what it costs for this position? Because I know it's on here on the description, it talks about preparing staff reports, research, and
So just to give an example, just a really quick example, as we're running out of time, I understand. For example, the staff report, the turnaround time that we needed to come back with numbers and data and research, our finance director did all of it, and then with the assistant assisting in certain areas, that's really your two top positions in the finance department. So it would have been cost savings realized in those types of, responsibilities. And this occurs a lot because the staff that they have, below that they're essentially accountants. And so it's technically out of their class, or they don't have the capacity to do this type of analysis. So that's just where you have to weigh in, the cost of having this position versus which positions are currently doing the job now. But that's where court liaison officer is the same scenario.
okay, well, I'm fine if you bring it back, leave it on the list. That's my two cents.
Councilmember Menzel.
We go on, and then I will come back to you. Councilmember Ho.
Yes, I'll make it quick. Okay, so in response to Councilwoman Van West regarding 24-hour permits, I am not sure what those permits are. What are those? What are 24-hour permits? The only thing I can think of would be like a business permit or something like that. And and then you can't just randomly pull people who are walking around to sit and issue permits or review a plan. So I'm not even sure where that comes from. But, understand that planners or plan checkers have to be certified. They are professional people who review plans, plans to build the mall, plan to build, buildings and apartments and whatnot, hotels. So it's not like a 24-hour can be, you just review in front at the counter. So I'm not sure what that's all about. But then I just want to make sure everybody understand that I'm looking at this from many different angles. I'm all about cuts. I was on the financial task force for Measure SS in 2015, and so it was we were tasked to find cuts. So I do have, when I look at things, I just like, do I need that? Do we need that? Is that fat that we can cut? Is it necessary? Is it redundant? So I'm all about cutting. However, if you look at it from a different angle, if we cut, we don't want to cripple ourselves. We don't want to cannibalize our own efforts. And our effort is to grow. So growth is really what we're looking at, and we don't want to, go against that effort. And so these are, to me, the critical positions. And to answer your question or your comment, Ms. West, is that I did say police traffic officer is yes, as a yes, and I wanted to add the court liaison officer because I think that position really kind of pays for itself, and it just doesn't make sense for us not to have it. If we didn't understand what that position is for, then we'd say, okay, cut, but now we understand that is to, if we don't have that, we would be wasting $60,000, and we're trying to cut, we're trying to save money, and so I would say to add, and I know that the chief did not put that on the list, but I'm putting that on. And again, so I propose that we approve, and if we, for next time, I guess, for the next meeting, I would like to add these positions, the city clerk position, I'm just going to ramble, police department, and those two positions, police traffic officer and court liaison, CD, community development, senior planner, public works, engineering technician, community services, those positions. That would be like one position, community services, recreation, coordinator, senior center. So that's what I see. So I'm hoping everybody sees that I'm looking from many different angles. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, this is one I would like to emphasize that when somebody go broke, that person cannot help the others. Okay, so in this case, if we are responsible, using the taxpayer money, and later on we go broke, and it's going to affect, it's going to affect the entire body of this city. So if we go broke, who's going to pay for the police department? Who's going to pay for everything? So I suggest that whenever that we make a very important decision like this, we got to discuss, very, very carefully. As I can see here, let me go back to this. With all due respect to the police chief, I think we don't need a police traffic officer. Why? Because we already passed the budget for Be Well. And as today, this morning, thank you to the chief that arranged for me to ride along with the homeless liaison officers. I witnessed that Be Well did a very well, really good job. And for that, I think in the next few months, when they get ready for the job, the PD going to have more free time, to do your more important jobs. So I think for now, I know that it's always good that we increase the police force, to help the city. But for now, we just wait for a little bit, because we already have help, coming. And one of the most important position that I see right here is the community development senior planner. That's what we are waiting for so long. Just imagine that I get calls and email, on regular, daily basis, that business owners, they complain about it takes so long for the planning department to get back to them. And so how can we going to address that issue? So I think that the community development responsible for, making money, generate revenue. So once we have the money coming in, it's very easy for us to hire more police officers, hire city clerk, hire management analysis, whatever that we need. We have the money to hire them. So the most important thing is we have to balance out the budget and go for the one that we need more. Thank you. Are you back?
Okay. In response to your comment, Vice Mayor, I believe that not only that Councilmember Ho agree with the police traffic officer, but she also recommended for another position. Am I correct about it? Okay. So at this point here, I totally agree with you that we shouldn't go for the second one, but I think it's important that we have this. Why I say that? Same thing for the different department. I think that we need to bring the professionalism back to our city, and we need to provide services to our community. The reason I said that is we have a lot of complaint, you understand, from the planning. There's no question about it. I'm sorry, from planning standpoint, but that's the fact. We also have a very slow response time from the police. I have witnesses number of calls, and people call me and say, well, we called the police, and then they said that, just wait, and I've been waiting for hours and hours and hours. And very disappointed, they expressed to me that they are very disappointed at this. Now, with that, I want to respond to the comments earlier by one of our council. I will hold the city managers responsible or accountable for any employee that do not perform their task. Okay, and if the city managers or the staff didn't do the right job, then they are responsible to the council, and the council have to decide on that. But that's what I hold the city manager accountable for that. Now, going back, you heard a lot of complainings from our residents, like I mentioned earlier, from all over. We continue to do this? And if you don't want to have those anymore, then we need to support our staff. We can't continue to ask them to do what we want to do without providing additional staff to them. Until we provide what they ask for and they're still complaining about it, then we can go back and say why. Then that's when we can question them that you asked for additional staff or level of manpower, and now you continue to be in this situation, then we can always hold them responsible for that. But at this point here, I think that is legitimate for us to support them into this. Then we will question them later on. That's my two cents. So we have, I don't know that we have a consensus.
Yeah,
I'm going back to, sorry about that.
It seems like we do.
I promised her that I will go back to her, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not against these positions. We already know that. I just asked for a delay. And that's all I'm asking, because we need to be responsible fiscally, and that's what I suggest. And it doesn't, we can revisit in a month or so. It's not a huge difference. Now, regarding the permits that you can get over the counter, I know a lot of residents and people have complained to me regarding, what about remodeling my bathroom? Can I get that permit over the counter? It's simple. Here's the layout. Here's the plan. Here's my submission. I'm talking about those things. I mean, you own a home. You should know bathroom, remodeling a kitchen or your backyard, a little piece of it. I mean, it should be easy over-the-counter stuff that our planning commission or a planning department can give us a list to have staff to say, hey, if it fit in these lists of just remodeling your bathroom, come on, guys. Why does it take 2 months for them to get approved? I mean, that's ridiculous. So stuff like that, that's what I'm talking about, Councilwoman Ho. So if we can have staff, planning department can give us a list of what we can approve over the counter that can make it very convenient to help the resident who come to the city or business that comes to the city just do simple remodeling. So, Mr. Mayor, I yield back.
Thank you.
Yeah, may I answer that, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I do develop, and I do a lot of, I'm sure if you talk to planning department, I'd be very surprised if that could be done over the counter, so I'm going to leave it at that. Our plan checkers are professionals, And so there are lots of things you have to look at. So it's not like you can just approve over the counter and, be done. So I'd be very surprised that could be done, but let's just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe that let me ask for consensus.
I think we
Do we have a consensus?
I think so,
At least a
Mayor.
majority to agree to bring the budget back for adoption by the next meeting. Am I correct for the next meeting?
Right, I think I saw that there was consensus for the 5 positions. I think that would be the question, right, to ask.
Is it 5 or 6?
5 or 6?
The discussion was removing the analyst one, and then there was back and forth about the court liaison. So we're still looking for
6.
consensus on that.
So maybe start with what you can agree on, which would be everything but the one position? Is that?
Okay.
So may I start? Okay, I'm going to say it again. Since everything on the 6, except for the
analyst.
The analyst, and add on the court liaison. So 6.
So
So
replace
we
the
take off
analyst.
1, we add on 1, that makes still 6.
Well, first of all, I have a question for Finance Human Resource. How equitable are you if we are not going to approve this? Can you still use the,
Can I still, I'm sorry, say that again?
can you still moving if we are not going to, how
Oh,
critical you are?
not to approve the budget?
Not to
Oh, the analyst.
approve the analyst.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it would be the same time. I mean, I would continue to do the staff reports, as would the HR director, and we wouldn't have the administrative support. And you asked for like timing to get things sooner, and we do it as fast as we can, but it will still be what we're currently doing. So we would continue with the process that we currently do.
Okay,
So-
all right, thank you. The additional position that police department, is that, what is it?
Court liaison.
Court
Coordinator?
liaison.
Liaison.
I have a
I
question.
believe that the vice mayor disagree with that.
No, actually, I need to ask question before
Okay.
I make my decision.
Okay.
The court liaison, is it your idea or the chief idea?
That was on an old list.
It was on the old list, and when I asked him, he said that position would save us $60,000.
Let me jump in
That's
here for
the
a minute.
reason.
For a week time frame, I know that they are working together to present us with what we have today. If there is a problem, I'm pretty sure, if it's critical problem, I'm sure that the police chief already say that, no, I need to have that. It seemed to me when this presentation presented to us, you are okay with it for now.
So my question, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
my question to the chief is between the 2 positions, court liaison and police traffic officer, what would you like to pick?
So, council member, just to give you a little difference in the positions, 1 court liaison, we believe will save us money by saving us on-call court pay. The traffic officer, we believe, will save us lives by curbing traffic-related crashes. So it's a way that is a council decision. We do know that our fatal fatalities over the years compared to this year have basically doubled. And that's over, I believe we have 8 fatalities in the last 6 months. That's generally what we experience in an entire year. So our crashes are up. So I would yield to the council on what's more important to the council is curbing fatalities or saving some money for the court liaison.
If I may
position.
answer that.
And again, I'm not trying to pass on it, but they're both important to me.
Right.
So I'm yielding to the council on this decision.
Yeah, the reason is, of course, we save lives, we curb fatalities, but the reason I say court liaison also should be added on is because it really pays for itself. The total expenditure for something like, for the court and paying your officers with $130,000, while the position itself is about $80,000, and you could save $60,000 if you have the liaison. So we end up really, the position really kind of almost pays for itself, and that's why I throw it on there. As from a business standpoint, I see that to be a no-brainer to me. Why wouldn't I want to save $60,000? Yeah.
I
Yes,
have a
and-
question for Chief. Okay, so I want a clarification, understanding. So with the traffic officer, they are also enforcing around school drop-off and pickup, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now, didn't we just recently hire I guess the school hire a police officer for Westminster School District, is that correct?
They did.
Okay, so can we utilize the same police for around school drop-off and pickup as well?
So the school resource officer currently does that, but keep in mind, he can be at one school at a time. We have approximately 27 schools in our jurisdiction.
Okay.
We do not have enough officers on a daily basis to be nearly at every school during the morning and afternoon drop-offs.
Okay.
Pickups.
So with the taxation, the 1% tax, Aaron, does it mean that with the pie, does the school district get most of that pie, and what is the percentage of that 1% tax?
The money that the school district gets, just give me a second.
I think it's 71%.
Yes, from the property tax split, the schools get 71%, correct.
Okay, so since they're getting 71% and our traffic around school, I mean, wouldn't we give the school district to pay up on that area? Because, I mean, that would make sense. 1%, the people's tax dollars go towards 71% to the school. Why wouldn't they hire police, pay for this? They should pay for this position, traffic officers.
They do, I think.
Chief, should they suggestion, should we ask the school?
They currently pay for 100% of our school, fully burdened 100% of our school resource officer. We are in talks for a possible another one. I can always ask them anything. I would, without them here to comment for themselves, I would say that I don't know of any other school district in the county that pays for traffic officers full-time to cover drop-off and pickup times.
Okay, maybe we can collaborate with them, talk.
Thank you very much. In compromise with Councilmember West and Vice Mayor Nguyen, and for the budget adoption purposes, I guess that we can always hire additional police coordinator later on, should there is a need for it. But for now, I believe that so that we can have consensus and move on with the budget study.
Yeah.
I think that I'm sure that finance already consulted with the police when they came up with the presentation and presented to the council. I think for now we can go ahead and move on with that, with an exception that we are going to start management analysts for now. So if they have that consensus, then we can move on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and, that's fine. I just have a quick question or clarification for the topic, is that we're budgeting for these positions as we do every position, but doesn't mean that we're going to hire them next month. I mean, it's going to take some time. How long? I mean, we've been flying positions for a while.
I would guess a couple months at least for, police departments take 6 months.
Yes, so it takes a while. That's what I'm saying.
That's correct.
I understand the theory, but it takes a while. So it takes a while to fill these positions. It's not going to happen overnight. So, so with all the positions, we still have vacant positions that were budgeted on last year's budget, correct?
That's correct.
It
Sometimes
takes-
those
it takes a
positions, though,
while.
when they're vacant, like in the police department, they get filled with overtime.
Yeah.
So we still need to use the money, especially with the ones that are currently on the books. So there's not necessarily savings if we have to backfill with
Yeah.
overtime.
Okay, thank you.
It seems like we have a consensus at the council here. Is there any objection?
Mr. Mayor, from a conservative standpoint, I just feel like I know to be accountable to the public. I would recommend the council to add to what you suggested, to add to the council adopt a general policy that tell the public how the council will spend any new revenues, like the billboards, the hotels, cannabis, or extra 0.5% tax, whatever it might be, that we need to show that to the public. Can we do
Councilmember
that?
West, may I remind you that we are not doing a budget adoption today. We just receive and file and have staff coming back with presentation next meeting. That when we are deciding whether we are continue to adopt the budget or we can change our mind at the time.
Right, it's just a policy, if we can add that in the future, if we do adopt any of
Okay.
those budget.
And we also can discuss about it at the next item, the financial stability. We can also talk about that too. I welcome for you to come back on that. So at this point here, we have the motion by the mayor and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. Roll call vote, please, to receive and file.
Okay,
I
Mayor.
thought this was just consensus.
Oh, well, do we need to vote on this? The consensus is good enough.
This is just, you have the direction now to
If-
proceed?
5 positions?
If I can just,
Yeah, it would be
Get
good to get
clarification.
clarification, it sounds like, on that.
if we could just go through the list of positions, and if I could just get a head nod that that is consensus with the council, just because there was so much back and forth discussion, I want to make it very clear for the record and for staff purposes, if you don't mind, Mayor.
But before you do that, I want to respond to Councilmember Mansell, because this item asked for a receive and file. We have to do that.
So this was.
Yeah, no. Oh, I see what you're saying. I like it.
She's just getting clarification for those positions.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start with the City Clerk's Department Records Coordinator. We're in consensus with that position. Management Analyst, which is a shared position for Finance and Human Resources, that is being a striked position. Okay. The Police Department, we have Police Traffic Officer. We're going to continue with that position, and we're going to add Court Liaison.
Yes.
Okay. And then Public Works, we're keeping Engineering Technician.
Yes.
Community Services, we're keeping Community Services and Recreation Coordinator for the Senior Center.
What about a
I
senior
thought we were
planner?
stuck on the traffic and the court, one or the other, or are we
Yes.
approving both?
It was just one. Okay,
Okay.
That's
city
what we
clerk,
thought.
So
city
then I
clerk,
need the
and-
consensus on which one we're approving.
Or court liaison
Yeah.
is what we are.
So is there
approving.
consensus for the traffic officer?
Yes, for me.
Yes.
I propose we put the court liaison for the sake of
Okay, but for the, just do-
saving $60,000, and we could decide that next time.
can we do the traffic officer first, though? I just want to make sure.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So you in agreement that that should be
Yes.
safe? Okay, so we
Be-
have
Before
consensus.
we decide on that, I would like to hear again about the court officer, the roles and responsibility, so that we can, again, make sure that we make the right decision here.
Yes, Mayor. So that position would be primarily assigned to our Records Division. They would primarily be liaisoning, like every other court liaison officer in the county, and every agency, to my knowledge, has one, except for us. And they would be putting people on and off call, working with the court to make sure that we don't have people on call when they shouldn't be, and people on call when they should be. Looking at last year, we had a total of 2,642 hours of on-call pay. We had a time and a half. We had to pay our staff. That equates to roughly about $130,000. These are all rough order of magnitude projections or data. We had a total of approximately 1,600 canceled subpoenas. So we don't have anyone in between, like all the other departments, in between court and our officer to say, you're on call, you're off call, you're not needed. And every time they cancel that, we save 2 to 4 hours of time and a half on-call pay. So their day would basically be on the phone with court, with the officers, and facilitating whether they should be on call or not. And if they're not and they're canceled, they don't receive overtime.
Okay, a follow-up question on that. Under your responsibility, and you know more than us, if you were given only one position right now, which one is more priority to you?
So priority and saving money are going to be two different things to your police chief. My priority is safety, and right now having more officers dedicated for their entire shift to curbing traffic accidents and curbing DUI-related crashes, et cetera, is going to be more important for me from a safety perspective.
Okay, so it's a clear answer to me. According to the police chief and under his responsibility, he thinks that police traffic officer is more important than, because if he have a choice, he want to have both. But because council only approved one, and he chose to have police traffic officers over the court recorder. So do I have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you clear, Madam Clerk? Can you go ahead and repeat that again?
Okay.
All the 5 positions.
So the 5 positions are records coordinator, police traffic officer, senior planner, engineering technician, and community services and recreation coordinator for the senior center.
Okay, once again, council members, we are consensus to this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you add the court liaison officer?
We already talked about it. No.
Could we add that on? Because it just pays for itself. I don't understand why. And then we could decide that next time. You know, if we don't put it on there, we won't consider at all. So could we still consider it, put it on there and consider it for next time? But like I said, it pays for itself. No position pays for itself, except for this one.
Mayor, if it helps, it would take us 6 months to actually have somebody hired.
So
Mr. Mayor?
your recommendation is to put it in there now?
That's why I brought it up for. I think we should put it on there, because at the end of the day, it's going to save save us funds, and also those officers can be on the street longer, because they're not going to be losing 4 hours trying to go to court, and all of a sudden they don't have to be there. So
A time and a half.
So
My recommendation is still, because of the safety element, the traffic officer. But I know it's coming down to dollars and cents, which is very smart of the council. But it would take us 6 months with the background, the hiring process, creating the position. It would take us 6 months to have somebody on. So the figure you're actually looking at from finance, it could be cut in 50% for the first fiscal year.
It seems like we have divided consensus here. We don't have the whole council consensus. For the budget purposes, can I go ahead and move on with police traffic officers, and I ask staff in the next couple of months to bring back for the other position?
Mr. Mayor, I think
Yes.
I actually agree with Kimberly Ho and Menzo that we should include this court specialist, because
Thank
it
you.
is important. It will save in the long run,
Okay,
and
now-
because over time.
All right, next question for
That's
you
what I'm
is you
looking
said
at.
that it will take 6 months,
Yeah.
and the total is about $60,000, right? So
Mayor.
we talk about $30,000 more.
Mayor,
Yep.
so I was thinking that it really is only going to cost us $10,000, or because it's $25,000 for the whole year, because that person is making us pay himself from the savings, right? And so if you're talking about 6 months, so that's really going to cost us about $12,000.
I have no
Say-
problem with that. The only thing is, right now, the Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask for your opinion.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so we have consensus of having 6 positions, adding the court recorder in there too. Okay, so we have a motion to receive and file, and is moved by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. Roll call vote, please.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just to receive and file.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Thank you very much. All right, it's 3 o'clock. We are moving on to another item, which is on agenda today, which is to continue from June 14, 2023 regular meeting, strategic plan goal number 1, achieve financial stability. Strategic plan objective, provide information to City Council regarding a half-cent enhancement to the sales tax measure to keep revenue local. May I ask staff for a report, please?
Absolutely. So this is a presentation on the strategic objective of looking at a half-cent enhancement to the sales tax measure. Starting with the strategic plan, the council held the first strategic planning workshop on January 17th of 22, with follow-up workshops June 6th of 22 and February 7th of 23. At these workshops, we developed the city's first strategic plan, identified priorities for the city, which resulted in a 3-year strategic plan comprised of 3 goals. The strategic plan goal number 1 was achieve financial stability, and the objective that we're looking at today is provide information to the council regarding the half-cent enhancement. So here's a little history on Westminster's finances. In the past, Westminster relied heavily on state of California redevelopment funds to maintain basic services and staffing levels, provide assistance towards business development, low moderate income housing, and community-based programs. When the state eliminated redevelopment, Westminster was left with a budget shortage that resulted in massive layoffs across the entire organization, reduction and elimination of services throughout the city, and depletion of the city's reserve funds. Measure SS, in 2016, through the will of the voters and the community, the city was saved from inevitable bankruptcy with the approval of this measure. Significant cuts to services and staff were made prior to the measure. Staffing levels have remained at minimum levels, and many programs that were eliminated have not been reinstated, and this measure expired December 31st of 22. The voters approved Measure Y, a 20-year continuation 1-cent transaction use tax, in November of 22. Revenue collections began April 1st of 23, and this measure expires in 20 years on March 31st of 2043. The city lost approximately $4 million in between the expiration of Measure SS and the start of Measure Y. Measure Y allows the city to continue providing essential services for the safety and quality of life of the community. So transaction use taxes, or also known as TUTs, are regular solutions to financially burdened agencies throughout California. There are currently 446 TUTs being collected. 340 have been assessed by cities and towns, 75 by counties and special districts. Some agencies have more than one assessment. The Bradley-Burns Uniform Local Sales and Use Tax Law has imposed a tax on the retail sale of merchandise or goods within the state since 1956. California's sales and use tax has a statewide base of 7.25%. California's transaction and use tax law was adopted in 1969, authorizing local add-on rates to the combined state and local tax rate. The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, the CDTFA, administers California sales, use, and transaction taxes. Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 7251.1, the combined rate of all taxes imposed in accordance with this part in any county may not exceed 2%. No tax shall be considered to be in accordance with this part if, upon its adoption, the combined rate in the county will exceed 2%. And then Section 7252 defines a district as used in this part, means any city and county, or any other governmental entity authorized to impose transaction and use taxes pursuant to this part. In the city of Westminster, our residents pay 8.75. 3.9375 goes to the state general fund. The city gets 1%, which is the Bradley Burns. 0.5% goes to Prop 172 for public safety. The county realignment is 1.5625%. The countywide transportation fund is 0.25%. We have the transaction use tax, Measure Y, of 1%. And then Measure M has M2 for OCTA at 0.5%. This makes up our 8.75. Of these numbers, the last two shown on the slide, the transaction use tax Measure Y and the OCTA, total 1.5, which means a half cent is available for additional transaction use tax to whichever agency gets that first. The maximum rate in Orange County is 9.25, the 7.25 plus 2% transaction use tax. A few agencies in California have been able to obtain state legislation to exceed the 2% cap. Los Angeles County, Alameda, and Contra Costa are some of those. The first agency to obtain approval of any remaining transaction use tax below the 2% limit secures the revenue, or in the cases where the counties have higher, whatever agency gets it first gets to collect the revenue. If two agencies get approval of a transaction use tax at the same election, the CDTFA will not administer that tax, and neither agency will receive the revenue. If a multi-jurisdiction agency imposes a tax that is greater than what is available in the city, it is immediately imposed if the city's existing tax expires. So, let's see. In the case on that one in Long Beach, that did happen. Long Beach's tax expired. The county had a Measure H, which is a mental health or homeless, that went in, and when Long Beach authorized their tax, they're now collecting at a lower rate. And when the county's tax expires, then theirs will go back up to their 1%. But currently, they're receiving 0.75 because the counties went in place when theirs expired. So these are some sales tax rates in surrounding cities, or cities with transaction use taxes, I should say. Not all cities have the transaction use tax, but Fountain Valley does, Garden Grove, La Habra, La Palma, Los Alamitos, Placentia, Santa Ana, Seal Beach, Stanton, Westminster. Long Beach is in LA County, so theirs are higher. They have the ability to collect more in Long Beach and in Lakewood. This is the property tax split, and where we mentioned the 71% earlier. So of our property tax, Westminster receives approximately 7% in the general fund. Midway City gets 4%. Everyone's cut off here, but that 2% is their municipal lighting district. 71% goes to the schools, and 16% goes to the county agencies. This shows property tax rates of Orange County cities. As you can see, Westminster with the red bar is 7.4%, which is on the lower end. And I'd like to point out that all of the cities that receive a lower percentage than Westminster are structural fire fund cities. So their property tax goes to pay their fire, where Westminster, we pay our fire service out of the general fund. So we're at a lower rate, and we're paying fire services from the general fund. Any of the other cities, actually even above us, are also structural fire funds. So ours is definitely low, and the county average is 10.3%. So a 1 cent transaction use tax brings about $16 million of revenue to the general fund, which is what we added with the adoption of Measure Y. It's not enough to fund our service levels, our current service levels, which is why we have the deficit budget projection for the 23-24 year. A half-cent transaction use tax would produce an additional $8 million in revenue. The proposed 23-24 budget shows a $6.8 million use of general fund reserves, with a full year of the 1 cent transaction use tax. This was at the status quo budget originally proposed a couple meetings ago. The city will be below the fund balance policy of 17% emergency reserves and in 26-27, and completely out of reserves by 27-28. So at the last meeting, it was requested that we do some projections on different scenarios. So this is a 10-year projection at the current 1% transaction use tax. So you can see, as we said, that we're below the targeted reserves of 14% for reserve balances in 26-27, and then we're out of money in 27-28. So we couldn't operate, obviously, this way, because when we're out of money, we're out of money. This is going forward with what we currently have. Then I added a transaction use tax at 1.5% for 5 years. So you can see that the projections get better. Through 28-29, we don't use fund balance, and our reserves stay healthy. But beginning in 29-30, when that 5-year 1.5% TUT expires, we again start using reserves around $10 million a year, and we're completely out of money in 2032-33, and we're below our targeted reserves in 30-31. So we hit that 13.9, which is below our 17% recommended reserve, which is approximately $14 million. Taking that transaction use tax out 7 years, we do have a use of reserves in 29-30 and 30-31, but this does not take into account the other revenue options that we discussed earlier, including the Westminster Mall, billboards. Those are not built into these projections because we don't have those approved yet. It does include the $600,000 that we discussed about the fee study coming up, and it does include projections going forward, increases in revenue and expense, but at our service levels from the supplemental budget. So these are all projections using the supplemental budget that we just discussed. When we lose after the 7 years and the 1.5% goes back to 1%, we start using 11 million, 12 million of reserves, and we are out of money by 2033-34. The last projection is a 10-year projection of a 1.5 transaction use tax. With this version, our reserves stay healthy above the 17%. We do start using reserves in the latter years, the 29-30, but again, it does not include the additional revenue sources of the Westminster Mall, any additional hotels, billboards. Those are not included in these projections. This is just a picture of those reserve balances that I just discussed, and you can see the years that they go negative. So the only one that doesn't, where we don't run out of money, is the 10-year, but all of the rest of them, we do eventually run out of money based on the projections I just showed you. So ballot requirements for transaction use tax. Proposition 218 requires elections for taxes to be held at a general election. A unanimous vote of the governing body to place a tax on a special election is required if a fiscal emergency is declared. So if the council votes unanimously for a fiscal emergency, then it could be placed on a special election. It requires a 2/3 approval of the city council to place a tax on the ballot. A general purpose tax requires a majority of the voters to pass, and a specific purpose tax requires a 2/3 majority of the voters for approval. The start date of the tax is the first day of the first calendar quarter commencing more than 110 days after voter approval. So in the example of Measure Y, it was approved in November and we started collecting April 1st. Election costs. So these are projections provided by the Register of Voters Office. A consolidated election costs between $134,000 and $160,000. A standalone election would cost between $578,000 and $696,000. The cost is dependent on the number of voters and the election's share of costs. So if there's more, if it's consolidated, shared costs and it costs less. So city finances, with no additional revenue options, Westminster will once again be faced with cuts to basic city services, services limited to mandatory essential services while diverting money away from services which seek to enhance the quality of life or development of the community, and significant cuts to public safety services, including impacts to the number of police available to patrol neighborhoods, loss of specialized officer and units, retention of Spanish and Vietnamese-speaking officers. And also, I have a list, these are the reductions that were presented to the council when we discussed adding Measure Y to the ballot, and I can go through those if the council desires. Or we can answer questions on what's been provided.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to start with slide number 15, please.
Okay.
So if I look at this slide, I think that you already included what we discussed earlier today.
Yes, it's basically the same projection that I showed you earlier. I just extended it out 10 years.
But then you said that for the other slide, you didn't take it into consideration. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You said that the other slide, for 7 years or whatever, you said that you have not taken what we discussed today into consideration.
I took what we discussed earlier with the original 6 are included in this projection.
Okay.
This is the supplemental budget, and it does go out, but it does not include the revenue from options that have not been approved by council yet. So it does include what we discussed earlier. It does include the positions that we discussed earlier. It just includes the management analyst, but not the court liaison.
I'd like to go with slide number 9.
9?
Yeah. It is very important to us. You said that we have a 2%, and I want to clear on this, that I heard from staff saying that we have 0.5%. If we don't utilize it, then other counties can jump in and get that 0.5%.
The county could jump in, or any other agency, OCTA, already collects 0.5%. So there's only 2% available. The first agency to get that 0.5% gets it. So yes, if we don't use it, the county could take it. There's lots of different tax options out there. Other counties have transportation, they have wellness, they have youth. They assess taxes for a number of things. So that could happen here. Orange County could assess it, and if that happens, then we do not have that option.
So the possibility it will happen.
It could, yes.
It could happen.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, if I look at the County Public Safety Prop 172 already taken 0.5%, taken 0.5% out of 2%. Am I correct?
Yes, the OCTA has 0.5 out of the 2.
Okay.
That's correct.
And we are talking about, we need money here, so we are not going to yield the money to anybody, right? Now, another question is that I also heard that if we don't do anything right now, and if they come out with a 1%, whatever agency they go and still not only 0.5 but 1%, then they will receive the 0.5% now because we are not claiming for it. And then by the time that 20 years later now, when the Y measure sunset, then they can go in and get another 0.5% from us. Am I correct?
Yes, it'll go automatically to them when ours sunsets. Yeah. If somebody were to come in and get that authorized.
Thank you. I want the city attorney confirm this is what's going to happen.
That is correct. And we did see that in Long Beach. I think in LA County, they actually got it increased to 3%, so they have 3% available, but the county has taken 2.25 of that. And so Long Beach had a 1% tax, but they had a sunset on it, and it sunsetted, and then they went back to the voters to renew it, but what ended up happening was a quarter of that got taken away because there was only 3/4 available. So until that county tax expires, which I believe will happen in 2027, At that point, that county tax expires, and then the city will start getting the 1%, the full 1% that the voters approved. So that's kind of a new issue, and yeah, it has arisen, so that would happen. In our case, we have a 1% tax, which sunsets in 20 years, so if a tax is enacted by another agency that goes past the 20 years, then that tax would come in and take over. If that tax was only 10 years, then our tax would still be in place when that one expired. So it really does depend on what kind of tax and how long it got implemented for.
Okay, I have one more, and then I will yield back to the council, and we'll start with Councilmember West. But what I see is on slide number 17, I think it's to get us into the shape, and we have it until 2029, 2030, in order for us to go back to the deficit. And I believe by that time, several of our projects are going on right now will kick in and will bring us some revenues. And I think it's very safe for us to get some revenues at the time. I would say that it's very safe for us to bring back, to get back the reserves, and we need to have the reserve for the rainy day, and I think that's the right thing to do. But I will open up for, but the same thing I mentioned earlier, that nobody wants to raise tax. Nobody, including you and I. But the situation that we are in right now, we have no way of doing anything else, waiting for the revenue to come in. Because of that period, I think it makes sense for us to go out and get the 0.5% to cover the lack of funding that we have right now. And so I would think that is a right thing to do. I just want to yield back to our council for discussion. Councilmember West.
Thank you. So I guess my question is on slide number 3, State Eliminate Development Fund. So what year was that exactly, Aaron?
2011?
2011 was when it was passed, yeah. Governor.
2012 was when we implemented it, yes.
Okay. So
did you
the
say-
effect came within 2012? Is that correct?
Yes, took a couple years to unwind it, but it was
Yes.
implemented I think it was passed in July of 2011, and then, yes, it was in effect right away.
Okay.
But there was a lot of details to
I think
it.
we had, in January, we had to start implementing and doing the dissolution process.
Okay, and then how much money did we send back to the state in the general fund?
We were using approximately 12 million in the general fund to cover expenses, and then we actually had, I wrote this down because I get asked this a lot, but let me find it. We actually had to send a check back to the state. Basically, we delivered it to the county of $54,155,936 that we had of funds that were in the redevelopment and low moderate housing fund that we had to give back.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, and then on slide number 9, I guess we are at a 8.75% tax with the 1%, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we add a 0.5, then basically we're at
9.25, which is the maximum allowed in Orange County.
Okay. Okay, and then can we go to page 8? You did say that's correct with section 7252 code, taxation code, that other government agency like OCTA and the
Any
county as well
agency,
can
yes.
take the money?
Any agency that can impose a tax can take it.
Okay. Let me see here. One more. Let me see here. I guess what you projected, the 5 years and the 7 years with the 0.5% tax, without adding the 2 billboards, which we will be generating money, if the council agree to that, which will be in the next council meeting on Wednesday. So that would generate about 1.5, give and take. It can be more, that's conservative. So it can go up to 2 million, right? 2 million a year, give and take. And then also the 2 hotels that we are in the pipeline for the Westminster Mall, just 2 alone, it would generate about 0.5 to 1 million, just to say conservative. And then for the cannabis, 1 to 3 million that was proposed a while back, a year ago. So give and take, 3 million, say 2 million or 1.5 million for the billboards, 1 million for the hotels, and then the point. So how much is that so far, Christian? That's an estimate of.
Yeah, again, a lot depends on the cannabis and like what was brought in.
Give and take 3 million, just to say,
Well, if
from
you
the old
That'd be
presentation.
5.5 if, based on the numbers you gave.
Okay, so 5.5 million, just that alone, right? And then if we add the 0.5% tax, then that, it's 8 million to that, right? So it'd be 13.5 million, about estimate, right?
Yeah, if you use the higher numbers.
Okay,
yeah.
give and take, it can be more. Okay, so, I mean, of course, like I agree with the mayor, we don't want to, burden the taxpayer with more tax. I mean, the state of California is taxing us, double, triple taxing us on everything. So, but I do see the need in the city and the urgency, but I know that when you do factor the billboards, the hotels, the Westminster Mall, which everything will come into play in 2 to 3 years. Can you give that projection for us as well in the next study, just to see with that estimation?
It's hard to put those in because I'm not sure which year they'll come into play. I mean, if the billboards get approved, we don't even know when those will be. We're waiting on Caltrans for that. So, I mean, we know it could potentially be coming if council approves it. When is another, and a Westminster Mall for the transient occupancy tax. It's difficult to guess when we're not sure when it's going to go in.
Right, I understand that, we've been saying, the city manager been saying 2 to 3 years. If all those approved within 2 to 3 years, it will go in effect. So maybe why don't we project maybe 3 years, 2 years from now, in 3 years, with those money coming in, how much would it be? What would we be looking at? And then, but I do see that, the 0.5%, of course, we don't want the county or OCTA taking that money from the city. I mean, we would know what to do better with our city. So, with that, I think, if we do present the 0.5% tax, I believe the first step we should do is take a polling, do a polling, which is very cheap, to see where the people in Westminster, if they're okay with the 0.5% tax increase to add to the taxpayer. And then the next step is, of course, we'll put it on the ballot if we see that they're going to vote for it. But if not, I mean, we shouldn't waste the money, because you say it will cost about $300,000 to $500,000 if we put it on the ballot, right? So I think with I always, when it comes to taxation, I want the people to decide for themselves in the city here what they think is best for them and what they're okay with. And so I think the best step, if we do go that route with the 0.5%, I want the city to do a polling, which is very cheap, between $5,000 to $15,000, just to run a polling. And then we will get a feel in the city here who is for it and who's against, and if it's going to be successful or not. Because I don't want to waste another $300,000 to $500,000 from the taxpayer money if it's not going to pass.
Just to respond to you, I think in the past, for Measure Y, we have community outreach, and we are going to do the same thing for this one, I believe so.
And also for SS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilmember Menza?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that some of the things that I've been hearing about the possible, the council, at least Councilmember West, is open-minded about revenue possibilities. Like I've said before, we can't afford to thumb our nose at possibilities to bring money into the community. I just wanted to make sure that the community knows, and council and everybody knows, that we've had a math problem since 1978. And math doesn't lie. The numbers are the numbers. And, you know, understanding that, I think, has been a challenge. That, you know, I understand in the past there's been some, you know, political, you know, ideology, and that's all great, but, you know, at the end of the day, again, math doesn't lie. So we're in this boat because of that, because of those type of sentiments, that we're not looking at the math problem, and we're looking at a politically or emotional problem, but at the end of the day, it's still math. You say this slide number 13 kind of shows you where we're at as far as where a property tax rate, and since Prop 13 came in, where we're at, locked it in, and how much of that we collect. And then from that, you mentioned that we pay for, out of that 7.5, out of that fund, out of our general fund, we pay for fire.
That's correct.
Where some of the other cities that collect a higher property tax than we do, their property tax pays for their fire. So they're able to do a lot more than what we can. So that's what we've been at for a long time, and the RDA, you know, that really wasn't the fix, because we still had the math problem. RDA just came in and allowed us to look the other way at the math problem. That's what RDA did.
Right, yes, it was a
RDA,
Band-Aid.
the math was still there, just RDA was supposed to be for redevelopment, and I can guarantee you, just driving around the city, we didn't do much of that. We didn't do much with the RDA fund as far as redeveloping our community. Our community, we still have a lot of the parts of the city that look like back still from 1960. And we failed, not this council, but, you know, other councils in the past for many years, I think, failed in that aspect of what was most important to our community. I had a question as far as, I think it was slide number 17. So you only, that shows that the 1.5 at 7 years.
Yes.
So after that, then we'd be back at the same position we are as far as being in the red, right?
Yes.
So that was, but then what is also, well, that's the 1.5 takeaway, so.
Yeah,
Why are we using that 7-year figure?
It was just, it was requested
Oh,
to
okay.
do projections based on a 5, 7, and 10-year scenario
Okay.
at the last council meeting.
And then the 10-year, where's that?
You can see in this one, you can see where the revenue drops. So in
20, yeah, it drops.
2030, 31, it's 100 million, and then we drop down
To
to 92.
92,
So that's where we lose it.
And where are we at where's the 10?
The 10 is the next one. This one shows it in all years. Now, I didn't go another year after, but this particular one, if it's a 10-year, then the next year we'd be at that, where we'd lose the $8 million from the additional 0.5% or 0.5%.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, nobody likes taxes, but at the end of the day, we just have the math problem, like I mentioned earlier. So, you know, it's just a matter of, I think it's a matter of education more than anything else. Just knowing what the numbers are and where we're at historically, and how do we get to this point? So that's, to me, that's something that needs to be talked about more.
Yeah, Councilmember,
Thank you.
Council members, just gentle reminder that, like I mentioned that last meeting, let bygone be bygone. and we're looking forward to. Don't bring back, what happened before. If we can bring back to get the experience, then we can, but please not, go detail on that, because we don't need to take time to go over that, because we also have the new council here, and maybe we do not need to go into detail. Next is Councilmember
Can
Ho.
I have one more comment,
Sure.
Mayor?
Okay.
Yes, and I want to, I agree with you on that one. I just want to applaud, I don't know if it's applaud, but something that I think about, and I think about, not that I'm, throwing sand in the back, but to past councils, but one thing that I would love to be a part of is to be a part of a council that actually made some action that really brought in revenue. We can really be one of those first, we can be that first council to really take these steps needed, that our communities needed for a long time, that the conversations that we've been having are good conversations about billboards, about all these are all good conversations that we're having that no other council has done. So this council can be the first. The first two, we've also had conversations, Councilmember West mentioned earlier, cannabis, that we had imagine those two, that can be a legacy for this council. No other council has done that. We can be the first.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Appreciate for your input and comments. Next is Councilmember Ho.
So this agenda, is it an actionable item? Provide direction, receive and file.
It's a receive and file.
Direction.
Yeah, and to provide direction.
Well, I know we're going down the right track. We're making headway. I think things are looking up. The half-cent tax, I wish that was, it's in hindsight, we do need to show the community being that it didn't go on the last election, we need to show people what we are doing and what we've done, and so we need some traction on things that we've talked about, what we're planning on doing. I think it makes sense for us to take the half cent, being that so other agencies don't take it, and so I get that. I think that's good, but also we just need to show that we're being responsible with our constituents' money, and as a council, we're able to work together and come up with ways to bring in revenue. So if we could do that along with going after the half cent tax, maybe by the time we get around to put it on for people to vote, we'll be able to show them lots of revenue, that some of the things we talked about right now, just talk, will come to fruition, and we'll be able to show them that we're not just, this council's not all talk. So I'm in support.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, looking at page, I think, page 18, and with the 1.5 tax, and this looked very promising to me. Even though I'm against, raising tax, but at certain point that we are facing difficulty, and the only way out is raising tax. I'm not going to oppose that, but to make it very clear that this is the only resource, the only option that we have, and if we don't utilize it smartly, then later on down the road we're going to face, the difficulty situation again. I see that. So if we agree to raise tax for 10 years, then let me see. So like 10 years from now, what on the reserve we have like 28 million, 28.4.
Yes, in 10 years, we'd have 28.4, and if it ended in 10 years, then the next year we would be upside down $10 million. So that would go down to 18 million if I extended this one year further.
Oh, okay.
So kind of like in this example.
And then down the road, we're going to, that reserve balance going to go down, right?
If it ends in 10 years. So at this point, this particular projection shows the 1.5% through the whole time. But the very next year would be the 11th year, and if it's gone, then it would be a use of reserves of about $10 million.
Okay.
So yes, for 10 years, we're good. We have 28.4 million. The next year, minus any other revenue enhancements, would be a huge drop of reserves.
Okay. So we didn't count the revenue that we going to get in?
No.
For the billboards.
Correct, that's not included.
And later on, I think when we finish the Westminster Mall, and then we're going to be okay with it, right? So just for approximate number, that once we done with Westminster Mall, and how much we're going to get in?
That's in terms of the mall, that's still hard to determine because based on like the hotels, for example,
Right.
so the transient occupancy tax there, depending on the type of retailers that are coming in, based on on what we've seen in the pre-application period, there's just going to be a lot of eateries. There's going to be experiences there, so it's hard to gauge what those numbers could look like. Target will still be there, and we know that they're one of our top revenue sources as well. But I would be remiss to say if it's less than a few million, and that again based on estimates, right? And we'll see how the economy
Right.
is down the line. But I would say on a conservative level, you would have to anticipate a few $1 million in from that particular development,
All right.
and that's just a very, very dry guess.
May I just interject with just one question?
Just
really
one
quick?
question, okay.
In its heyday, how much did the mall bring in? I mean, just for fun?
Oh,
10 million.
In its heyday, that's before a lot of our
I know.
times.
Like I said, just for fun.
Right now, just to give an idea, the Westminster Mall is probably generating more money than. So they've got about 130 stores that are considered a Westminster Mall, area in terms of taxes go. But let's just say they generate more money than like the Little Saigon district, for example, with 600 stores.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Okay. So I think in the next 5 years that when we have the mall kick in and we have the billboards, the money came from the billboards, we're okay with the 5 years, tax raise. Okay, but I need more time to
Okay,
take a look.
all right,
into it.
we'll
I
come
yield
back, we'll come back to you. In response to you, Vice Mayor, the Westminster Mall, you are projecting that 5 more years so we can get the revenue. I can agree with you for the billboard, but I don't think that I don't know whether we can get the Westminster Mall in the 5-year period to get any revenue in.
We have to push for it.
No, well, we push, but then we still have to work with the
Right,
developers and the owners of the mall too.
Yeah.
So it's not under our control totally. So, and by looking at the 5 years projection, by 2029, 2030, we are less than what we are right now for the reserve, which is $24.8 million. Of course, I don't want to tax, impose tax on our people, but at the same time, we don't want to go back and do this again if we don't have enough money to run, continue with the operation. So but the 10 years, I believe that is, we can, I'm sure that we can get some of our projects running already. We sure will get some revenue in. So I really think that compared to the 5 years and the 7 years, it gives us $10 million more in terms of reserve. I think I feel very confident with the 7 years instead of 10 years. 10 years is, is too much to our residents. And in 5 years, it's not giving us enough assurance to continue our operation, city operation efficiently and professionally, as well as reserve, having enough reserve for a rainy day. Again, I mentioned that rainy day a lot, but I know that we do need that money. So I move to, I will still continue to open for the more discussion, but I move to receive and file. And I also instruct that if we have consensus here on the dais, that staff can bring back for adoption of 7 years or for approval.
I second that, but can I also add too, that on your motion, if we can also have a, the council adopt a general filing policy that would tell the public, like I mentioned earlier, that the council will spend on the new revenues, like billboards, hotel, cannabis, and the 0.5% tax, if we do go that route. Can we have that policy enacted?
For cannabis and other projects, we have to bring it back and urgentize it. I don't think that we should include it in here.
I mean, a policy of just transparency, that's what I'm asking. Any kind of tax.
But I believe today we only receive and fire. And I don't know that you want to include all the projects such as cannabis and, all other projects in. Maybe is it possible that you can wait until next meeting that you can, or you can agendize for that item? Then we have time to specifically discuss about that item.
I have a question for staff. Aaron, with the Measure SS, we mail out, remember by law, we had to mail the residents how the Measure SS was spent, and the same with Measure Y, correct?
That's correct.
So
We had an oversight committee, yes, and then we did do a mailing, and the oversight committee, I believe, met twice a year, and I believe we did a once-a-year mailing
Once a year for the,
of how we spent the money
how the
and
money's
what we
spent.
received, and then we always identify it in our budget as well. So we don't, combine all the taxes, we specifically call it out so the residents can see how much we're receiving.
Yeah, so that information gets
That's
mailed
correct.
out once a year?
Yes. But we
So-
don't separate how we spend it. It goes into
just-
the general fund, and
yeah.
then the general fund expenditures are allocated.
Yeah.
Is
Right.
there a,
Thank you.
may I ask a quick question? Is there a Measure Y oversight committee, or does it?
It hasn't been established yet.
We haven't established that yet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think what the councilwoman was alluding to is what some cities have done, which is to adopt a policy about any new revenues that come in, from whatever source. That way, it's not just really saying the tax, it's really about anything new that comes in, that you set some priorities, it helps to give the public an understanding of what the council's saying. We're saying we're going to make these our priorities going forward. And the council can say, this percentage of the money will go towards these important things, such as infrastructure, roads, or whatever it might be. And some of it might be to employee retention and helping with making sure that we're upping those numbers and helping the employees. And other percentages might go to paying off the, long-term liabilities that we've got. So I think what she's talking about is a policy that would set some of those priorities.
City attorney, so for that, if we haven't implemented, we haven't approved, for instance, the billboard app that was brought before us, if that's the case, can't that, at that time, for that particular revenue source, can that council at that time spell out the next amount of percentage is going to go to this or that?
Well, the concept is more of a general one, like any new revenues. You could always
But
change the
how do
policy.
you do that? I mean,
So in the future, when anything, if we go through with cannabis, for example, then that will be the general policy that the council have adopted already, that we will assess that and then show the public, this is where the money's going toward. And I think, many of the residents have shared their concerns as well, because they don't want to increase the 0.5% tax if they don't know what we're going to do with it.
No, I
So
agree.
with this, it's transparency. So this is just a general policy for any future revenue that's coming into the city. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, I believe today we asked the council to receive and file a report and also give direction to staff to bring back for the council approval for 7 years extension or 7 years period. And then starting from there, if you have the approval from the council, then you can do community outreach. We do need to have the community outreach. So next, whenever you bring it back, it's not ready for the council to approve on that measure yet, but to get the community outreach. And after the community outreach, then we can consider approval of it or not approval.
If we could, if the council is interested in us pursuing that, probably what we would do is like what we've done in the past and do the survey and then essentially get that information back to you, and then you guys can make a decision based on whether it's even viable or and at what rate or that sort of thing, if that's okay.
Okay, that exactly what I said. It's just that right now the direction, if we have consensus for 7 years, then we can give that direction to city manager to proceed on the survey or community outreach, whatever appropriate to them.
Mayor,
Do you have a
last
second,
conversation, Mayor,
Mr.
I had a
Mayor?
question.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, Mayor, I have a question before you vote.
Oh, we have a second already.
I think we talked about, because one of your questions was about the current 1% sunsetting. Was that part of the question that we're going to survey to remove?
I got a word from the city attorney before the meeting. That's a separate issue. We can't marry both of them
Okay.
together.
That's what my question is.
Can I have that confirmation from the city attorney?
Yes, you can't, since we have an existing tax and you're talking about a new one, we probably don't really want to go into that right now, but it would be complicated if we tried to marry both those issues together. It'd be better to just deal with the 0.5
Okay.
at this point.
All right, we do have consensus from the dais, and we have the motion by the mayor and seconded by Councilmember West. Please call roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho, Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you very much. I think it was a very productive meeting today. It's almost 4 hours, but I think that we make a lot of progress. So I want to thank council members, and thank you to our staff for your input. And our next regular meeting is going to be held here on Wednesday, June 28, 2023 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.